Do unto others before they do unto you.
Sharp!
If you forget anything, no, but don't forget to do your own back.
I don't tell you. Let them talk. No send their papa.
Even their mama. In everything you do in this life, no allow them kill you. Justice no dey Nigeria.
You know there.
Nobody knows tomorrow. Ajay, tomorrow na Sunday.
Come on, doesn't exist. Do your own back.
Do am now. If the finger that fits you fuck up, bite am.
Another one go come.
Forgive and forget, care. Even Lucifer collect.
No forgive you.
99 days for the thief, 1 day for the owner. I be go and your part.
Na the thief o. Good luck go, we miss am. Buhari go, we miss am. If Tinubu go, we miss am. Our own don't finish.
I swear.
If person wan buy data now, e go use like 15 minutes look option. That time, when I say Tinubu dey shake, now who dey shake?
Me and you.
To buy crates of egg for this era will be like careless spending.
As in.
With 300, we fit buy mineral and egg roll. But now, 300 no fit buy egg, talk less of roll.
Bro.
To chop single sausage shawarma now, person go dey do 2 weeks of planning.
God abeg.
Country dey spoil dey go. One person dey one side dey shout, "My father is the best president."
Very clear that the situation now is that China is behaving in an increasingly assertive way abroad, authoritarian at home, and it represents an epoch-defining challenge and also the greatest state-based threat to our economic security. So it's right that we take measures to protect ourselves, which is what we are doing. To give some specific examples, we've used our new national security investment powers to block investment from China into sensitive technology sectors like semiconductors. Our National Security Act and others means that we can take any other steps that we need to. We've removed Huawei, for example, from our telecoms network, and we will always do what is required to keep our country safe. We've been very clear that the situation now is that China is behaving in an increasingly assertive way abroad, authoritarian at home, and it represents an epoch-defining challenge and also the greatest state-based threat to our economic security. So it's right that we take measures to protect ourselves, which is what we are doing. To give some specific examples, we've used our new national security investment powers to block investment from China into sensitive technology sectors like semiconductors. Our National Security Act and others means that we can take any other steps that we need to. We've removed Huawei, for example, from our telecoms network, and we will always do what is required to keep our country safe. We've been very clear that the situation now is that China is behaving in an increasingly
the situation on the border with Pakistan, but also with China, holds you back economically?
Well, it's a very interesting question which you are asking me as a European. Because
I am.
I'll tell you why I find it interesting. Because I think this part of the world is waking up to what it means if you're not given full attention to your security requirements.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Our security challenges were far more threatening than yours. So we had to prioritize security. So, you don't choose between security and economic prosperity. Today, you are realizing that they are part of the same coin.
To what extent?
It's interesting. A lot of people say, well, what do they study here? At the War College. Well, we study quite a bit of different things. We work with our students and we try to expand their aperture and open up their worldview and help them see things from the strategic level. So one of the big issues that comes into play here is economics and informational aspects of national power. Those are two things that most of our students don't have a lot of experience with. We spend a lot of time trying to give them some background in that so they have a better appreciation for the different parts of our national government, international fora, different places we engage as a nation. And that's something we try to focus on here. I frequently use Africa as an example. There's a lot of discussion about national debt here in the United States and how it's a national security concern. And the example I use for Africa is I talk about in the 1970s, there was a major commodities boom in which coffee prices and tin and copper and things that African economies sold on the world market rose in price. And so there was a boom in cash available to a lot of governments in Africa early in their independence era. Unfortunately, the commodities boom ended after the 70s, the prices collapsed, and a lot of governments in Africa had to borrow money to continue operations and take care of their economy and their country. And they wound up in a deep hole because of the debt. So I bring this story in to talk about the Heavily Indebted Poor Countries Initiative, or HIPC, which was introduced by the World Bank and the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, back in the 1990s, because a lot of these African countries were suffering under crushing debt, and they couldn't fund their militaries, they couldn't pay their salaries for the government employees. Very desperate situation. So this program was created to help them alleviate debt. But it also served a foreign policy goal for the United States in particular. In order for a country in Africa to qualify for these programs, they had to meet certain governance standards. So for instance, they'd have to pay a certain percentage of their national budget for healthcare for their citizens or education, primary and secondary. And as a consequence, the idea was to help these countries improve their level of development. And so it served a foreign policy goal for the US and Western countries, and it also helped these countries get out of debt. And it's a good example of how a tool like that can help and why that's a national security issue and how it's also a foreign policy tool for the United States.
Yeah, thank you for joining me, the illustrious sons of the soil of Niger. Yeah, this debate is kind of a continuation from the debate that we're having yesterday. And but that said, anyway, one can always touch on the there's the previous show regarding what religion has done to us, and the reason why I necessarily don't go with what that one in terms of okay, let's deal with that as a priority in terms of that kind of conversation, because all you need to do is tweak your mind and stop worshiping a white Christ and thinking that the black man is the devil. Those are all things you can tweak it like the Europeans did. But when it comes to national security, that one requires action. There is no dodging it. You can't just say, I changed my mind, so our country is not secure. That's not how it works. You actually have to do things and put things on the ground and recruit people and all that stuff. But what I noticed was that most nations, when they talk about national security, they tie it to their economic progress. They don't remove it from economic progress, but we as a people don't seem to understand that our security is tied to our progress. We think there's a difference between economic progress and national security. There's no difference. It's still the same thing, because you need security to be able to gain economic power and sustain it. And this general, or I'm not sure whether it's a general, I think it's a colonel, he made a very interesting comment about Africa when he said that African nations in the late 70s and 90s, that's 80s, I mean, they were enjoying a lot of boom. There was a lot of development, and because of the commodity prices were very this thing high at that time. But when the price of commodities like cotton, crude oil, and all those things crashed, African countries suffered, which they didn't control. And then IMF started telling them, oh, because he mentioned the term the military of African countries when he talked about the loans. So I will play that again so you understand. Funny, he didn't mention that again, that the IMF people were telling African nations not to spend money on those things. But just hear the subtle mention of African militaries. Let me play that again.
Which was introduced by the World Bank and the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, back in the 1990s, because a lot of these African countries were suffering under crushing debt, and they couldn't fund their militaries, they couldn't
fund their militaries,
pay their salaries for the government employees. Very desperate situation. So this program was created to help them alleviate debt. But it also served a foreign policy goal for the United States in particular. In order for a country in Africa to qualify for these programs, they had to meet certain governance standards. So for instance, they'd have to pay a certain percentage of their national budget for healthcare for their citizens, or education, primary and secondary. And as a consequence, the idea was to help these countries improve their level of development. And so it served a foreign policy goal for the US and Western countries, and it also helped these countries get out of debt. And it's
see, it's very interesting. He said you have to spend a certain percentage of your money, than the money that they give you, on healthcare and education. But he didn't say where they didn't tell them not to spend money on. After he mentioned military, that in African countries were not able to fund their military. So this is part of the kind of gradual erosion of our national securities as a continent. And this is something that they teach at the US War College. You see, because they know how to use this type of tactics to defeat you. They will defeat you militarily just using economic tools, and our leaders don't seem to see that at all. So it's very, very interesting, the approach that they use, and the way he was saying it, he just omitted that part. And I think that explains quite a lot in terms of the African continent when you look at how demilitarized that it is, and the fact that almost all of them at the same time are taking all these loans consistently, always getting in debt constantly. So, and when the person that's giving the money telling you where you're going to spend the money, you can see where the result is going to end up. You are not going. They are not. Why would they tell you to spend it on your military? They don't need to. He said it. That is a military goal. It's a national security goal of the US. Any country that can defeat you without firing a shot, they will take it. Why not? It's the smart thing to do. It's just the way it is. And yesterday, when I was having this conversation, a lot of people, like not a lot of people, to be fair, it was just the some of the panelists that were there was arguing that that economy has to be put first, and they don't seem to want to understand that you have to put security as a priority. Otherwise, that economy that you build up is not going to be sustained. You're going to lose it. So, and I'm trying to have this conversation from a more logical point of view, not to try to browbeat anyone into believing anything I'm saying, and not to try to tell people okay what to believe. The idea is okay. Now let's examine the evidence. Let's base it on evidence. It should not be based on my belief. Don't believe me. Who am I? I'm nobody. I am the humble servant of I don't even know who. So I'm nobody. So don't believe me. But look at it from the point of view of okay,
Don't
which
worry, don't try.
Yeah, I'm trying to introduce. Don't worry, I'll bring you in. I'm just trying to introduce the basis of the conversation because it's a kind of debate we are going to have about this, so that people understand that this is not a kind of come here and you have to believe national security or economy is number one. No, the idea is let's go based on the evidence, and if you have evidence that says national security is not important, or at least it's not number one, you have to go with your economy first. You can present that, and we are all ears here. Please try to do the hard work, do your research, get it, because it helps. Because I feel like sometimes the people that defend economy first, they don't necessarily do the necessary work to get enough evidence, because they seem to have very strong beliefs. So, but they don't seem to bring the evidence to back it up. So it makes, sometimes I come across as if not listening to them because they're not providing evidence. So just do a bit of work, get the evidence, and me too, I'll provide the evidence on my own side. In short, I'll probably provide evidence on both sides to try to see which evidence weighs more than the other one. But from what I'm seeing in Nigeria, from what we've been through for the last 60 years, it is very clear that we as a people, we take security as a joke. Our three presidential candidates they all believe that we need to solve this problem by choosing a lot of, that's recruiting a lot of manpower into our security forces. All of them, it tells you that they know what the problem is. This is the secret. They know what the problem is. They know they are supposed to do certain things, but when they get into office, they don't do that one. They do everything else, but that one, that specific one, why don't we ask ourselves, why is it that they choose that one not to do it? Everything Tinubu has said, he has done it. To be fair, you can say whatever I like about Tinubu. Everything that he said he's going to do, he has done it. The results that he said he was going to provide, maybe he hasn't provided that one. He didn't say Nigerians are going to be suffering today, but he said he was going to remove the subsidies. He said he was going to flow the currency. He said he was going to create the student loans. I don't think he talked about the Calabar, this is the Lagos Calabar road, but most of the things he talked about, he has done them. The only one he has not done, he has not even touched, is recruitment that he promised before he got into office. So let's watch that space. Ovie, thank you for joining us on this one. And it's going to be a more laid back conversation. After all, this is Sunday. We shouldn't turn it to a fight. It's Sunday, and let's try to have the debate in a more civil and easygoing manner. So, what do you make of this conversation? Do we prioritize the wrong things? Because I've seen this happen in Nigeria a lot. 200 people die in North Central. Nobody protests, but they arrest a very dark man. Everybody's on the streets. I ask myself, do we have our priorities right? So what do you make of this?
See, I'm a violent man. How can I start without going at you first? That means you start now. Okay, what are you talking about? See like that. See, you have the future in mainstream media. Like that, a person like you, they lead. You fit. You don't need to be coach. You understand? You don't fit into exactly what will be on the mainstream media to just they codify messages. I've said that from your analysis of the American that you played, right? All you need to understand, right? Because it's not about what he's saying. What about what he's not saying? Because most of these prominent Americans who dissect info, they are all on NDA, be non-disclosure. There are some things you can't say. There's some way you can put, that's how the game works. But now, this is why I say you have a good career is that all you need to do is to x-ray the 70s that they talked about. We're given, we were given our independence in 1960, right? From his analysis, the economy was more based on what? The raw materials, cocoa, beer, and all that kind of things that, don't forget, it was just, that's when America, that was the period America was number one in the world. No power challenged America. But that was fresh after the Soviet, the Cold War. Sorry, all this thing they fall in my body. That was just the after the victory of the war. So they had the supreme power to dictate what happened, which is why they gifted the British people to let us go, let their people go. Right? What happened between the 60s in terms of Nigeria, 60s? Then the British lay everything down 3 years to 1963. They do election, begins the regional planning, and all these men, all the region was actually doing what. That's when the raw material was talking about. Everybody was actually doing well. What America? That's not how they operate. America so obtain let the people go is the economy. They cannot control the economy like that. When they have to go talk to the north, the south, the west. No, 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 no. There's a way you have to bring the whole economy into one, which is what? That's when the race to go from our regional government, which you guys have in where you are, toward to presidential system, what? Followed by coup, assassination, lead to civil war. These are all in the system, right? So until they finish everything, so the benefit that he's talking about that we are generating, where we use and fight war, we use and say all those kind of things. So we can't invest in the military that is still at their own supervision at this time. So until that 1990, after the Civil War, then the military take shape, make sure the constitution is aligned to be under presidency. That's when I say the credit of Martin job of that, bringing the whole country into what one could not do. He succeeded in doing it, bringing it to fruition, having our constitution, democratic presidential system with the handover to. So if you follow all the events, all the money we say we they make, so then they help us, they waste time. They don't give us peace, right? Because they had to. Because all you need to do is their system of they are doing their own colonization, which is different from the British, right? They don't have so much technology that they don't have to come and force you to do this. So they are doing it indirectly with the USAID. Because USAID was 1963. Imagine it was founded in 1961 and we get to 1963. 3 years later, civil war starts. Then, so who are the beneficiaries? So if you look at all those things, you see the guy just they talk stories like person will beat you now, when they tell you how to cry, what which is the narrative of the Christianity too. They tell us it and so it's all the same. If you analyze the man point from that angle, you will see everything point blank. Now he's saying that when we take the loan, they are telling us where to invest in. Of course, there's a reason why he mentioned healthcare. What will they produce for Nigeria when it comes to healthcare? Everything we use is imported, not with them. So now, see, I'm happy that you understand the concept of freedom, right? If we get our freedom, nobody will tell us to economic freedom. Nobody will tell us to but and all that kind of thing. So if you see from that angle, you see say the man is just, he has to see whatever he needs to see. That's his job. But you who is talking to look and say, come. You are right, but this period, we no even get peace. So now you understand. So fast forward to the talking about the question that you put forward. Again, you just need to understand, talking about building military first and be economy, you have to understand our beginning. Right? If this is our beginning, our first 10 years, our first 20 years, how do you build military? So the number one in terms of Nigeria, our number one insecurity is these two big power, these three big force, not being able to agree on which way forward in terms of how the country should go.
Yeah.
That's number one insecurity. You understand? Because you just said it, Blattino was saying you do 1 billion. Yeah, you go recruit 1 million, whatever. But yes, because everybody will accuse all the other quarters, say what's his plan. But moreover, the America still has to give us go ahead.
Yeah, but why is it that we as a people? Because I think if Americans need to give us go ahead, it's because the people themselves don't know. Because these things are not taught at school.
You are, exactly. That's why I always vex when people they accuse the general people. What you don't know, we can only act according to what you know. Our governing elite. If me and you feel understand this the way with the little information that we get, you think not be them with the architect. The men who run 60s, 70s are still in power. That's the point I was always trying to make. That the guys that fought civil war, gave us constitution, give us a political party. They are still in charge. You understand? So there's still contention between them. Forget all this because all of them now the money they come from one angle. You understand? We don't have billionaires in the southeast that has nothing to do with oil. We don't have billionaires in the west that has nothing to do with oil. We don't have billionaires who can actually say, man, no, I don't want this. You understand? Like, they can actually fight. But all of them seems to be having their go ahead from one post, and that now lead to where they allow for them. So there's no way we can challenge the outside force when we are not united.
Yes. There's no you can't, and if you are not aware of what you need to do, then you start having the problem of not even knowing what to ask for. Because I can understand why a lot of people, when I tell them about national security, they want to argue about the economy. But
hold on. Okay, now let me make that point, right? So now, how do we invest when you are facing a situation like this? Nobody say nice within yourself. So how do you want to invest in the military? When you don't forget the number one rule when they say politics is local, politics is also personal. I want to be a leader. I want to belong to the political class.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if the other people are against, they are not calling for that national unit to be security, they are calling for Moguchop. The economy will be so any country that started development with their freedom, started development with insecurity and economy go together. It's a very unique situation, right? Even America, you see so. British did not leave them in 1776 when they gave independence. No, British were still winning the war, the 7 Years' War, the revolution. They were still winning militarily, but they also understand that there was a treaty they signed with the Native American that cut pretty much America into two in terms of economic. They don't feel fine if they have the Appalachian Mountains, the Mississippi, they cannot find there with the treaty they signed with the Native Americans. And where they found all the New York area and all that, they don't overexploit the land, so they don't profit again. So they now understand, they now say, okay, if we live, we are not really living much, right? But most importantly, there is another discovery which is called India. As at that time, India is like 25% of the economy of the world. Like in every $4 you make, $1 is from India Empire as at that time. But so this is what the British did. So when they left the America in the name of giving them independence, they give them political independence, but economically they are still tied to the British. The colony, the 13th colony, they are still tied to the British. Until from 1776 till 1807, when they finally come together, they come. What's the meaning of say we get freedom and our majority of our economy is still going to these people? That what is the reason of us fighting in the first place, right? They pass an act called embargo that tried to decouple the economy from this thing. That led to another invasion, another war again of 1812 to 1815 before they finally reached an agreement in Paris. to free them economically. So for like almost for like 30 something to 40 years, America was not making any improvement. They could not actually do their military, they could not be industrialized, they could not do anything. Because the majority of the money is going to British. British were using it because the colonization of India now small by small. So until the amount of time it took them to colonize, finish with India, they transferred the development and went of India to develop where you did so. So the industrialization was saying was the worst of the worst of. So until they finish that before they finally they cut out. So now Germany is a unique story because they get their independence as a military powerhouse. Why? Because they were under Persian for a small territory, everybody they. So one particular side of Germany was developing itself militarily, which again led to the first World War. So when that part of Germany that is developing militarily, now they can finally determine how the country of Germany should come to be. And as soon as once of course they don't already get military, they will invade Paris, they won't take over Paris. They're very strong in the world as at that time. They imagine power. So with their line, the war can say come. This small country will come say if we allow them like this, something is going to happen. But again, we know the outcome of that. So what I'm saying all this to say, the way we do so, because you have to feed the military. You have to feed, just as you talk about, I agree on that. We need money, we don't have it. We want borrow. If you want to borrow from people west, they will tell you say you must not invest in the military. The money we are giving you. Right? If you say want to do the Lee Kuan Yew way, right? The Chinese way, right? Make sure everybody pay for them. I don't know because at that time all you need to understand that in every just as we do right now, 3 of us, you will see one person will be from Chinese government where they supervise everything. So it was yeah, there was because they know what will happen now when they infiltrate them, right, with their religion and everything, humiliate them. So the leadership have to stay on everybody's head. In every 5 people you see soldier, the only factory where they see soldier, they farm everywhere. So now the liberation of those villagers like trigger the boom where they see so. So they went to that region just to build the economy. Do you think we can do that? Do you see a leader that will come out today and say, come, we are going to suffer for the next 20 years because we are not going to go borrow money. The West are going to sanction us from every nook and cranny because we want to beat ourselves. But that's what we need to free. 20 to 15 million people will die. Under maybe that 10, 20, 40 years it will take us. Because it's not going to be something once. We will go fight, whatever. But if a leader can convince 20% of Nigerians that's what it's going to take for us to develop. That's what I'm
Ovie, I don't think it's going to take 20, 30 million because
I'm just okay. Well, okay.
Let me give you my reason. Let me give you my reason because you are not. If you look at where we are right now, we are allies to them. We are basically friends with the West. But look at our situation. It's not even as good as that of Iran, and Iran has been under sanction for 50 years.
I totally agree.
So if you look at it like that, then you begin to wonder what is the point of pretending as if we are friends? Because and why is it that we believe that because they sanction us, our life is somehow over? Where did we start buying that idea?
You know, so like me and you, the reason like the young people, the reason like this. Those who are still in the aim of affair, they see the fight, how the country should go. Is it the Islamic religious way or the secular way? That's a big fight. When I will not just understand, underneath them, that's what is at stake. So one must win. One must win the sentence. One must assume the leadership, determine how the country should go.
But why should this religious this thing? Why should that even be part of the discourse? Because if we are even having that discourse, it means we have not even started at all.
But that's the unfortunate thing, right? Or that's why earlier I said 80% of us are religious. Like everything about us is religious. Either Christianity or Muslim, we feel denial. So you cannot say you won't kill the religion. It's not possible. You can't kill 80% of the country. You can't grab us.
You don't have to kill the religion. You just have to have people and leaders that believe that, and tell their people that, do your religion, do your this thing, worship whatever you want to worship. But when it comes to national issues, separate it from your religion. That has nothing to do with your religion.
Yes, that's one ideology leading the political structure with that. We are getting there. As far as I'm concerned, I think the Islamic race will win it. You understand? And it is not a people don't just understand. It's not a bad thing. As far as I'm concerned, say the country in a nation, in an Islamic state. Let me say they win now. That for them to win, they will win. Okay, how do you want the country to go? Because all of us will be like this. Of course, they have examples. The Dubai, the Qatar, the UAE, right? These are Muslim religious countries. They can say yes, we can be like that, and I think it will go well. But the only problem is that what way economically is it socially or capitalistic way, and that's where the fight will now come from, divorcing ourselves from the West. But for us to enjoy socialism as the way it is in Switzerland, we always give an example, right? Because that's a socialism that is being built for the last 300 years. 200 something years ago now, but the agreement was 300
Yeah,
years.
Switzerland is capitalist too. Let make no mistake, it's a capitalist state. They do have socialist policies, but it's capitalist.
It's a gradual process because the agreement they had with the revolutionaries, why they no feel conquer, why they no feel overtake them. Because the revolutionaries were taking over everywhere. So now when they reach there, their emperor come outside, offer them a this. Okay, now we will that. What do you people want? The people say, okay, we want a transfer of wealth to be redistributed to everybody in a socialist way. But they agree that it's not going to happen all of a sudden because I'm saying I will be that. They have signed an agreement of 300 years. That's why when this 2008 financial this thing happened, they were the first people to recover COVID-19 and everything. Because they were their whatever their economic plan is steady for over almost going to 300 years now, 200 something years. It's steady, right? So that's what we live.
Okay, in the world
Yeah.
today, one of the wisest countries I've ever seen is Switzerland. I'm telling you, that country has proven themselves to be extremely wise. I don't know how they did it.
That's how they did it. That was the agreement. You understand? That was
Because
the agreement. Just as you talk about say, may one religion lead, may other people just against everybody. So it was an agreement within the leadership with the big boys and the people. Because they were ready to because they were killing everybody. All the big boys, all the across Europe, everybody they got them down. Like so they are taking over factories, taking over all the capital institutions. That was what's happening. So they were able to come out in time and offer a deal. This was in the 1840s. So that's why even the first World War, they were kind of stable. So they've been stable all that doing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So our own until they find it, as I said, there's no I never see where they share power like this. I never see before. I mean, if you can help me, when Muslim and Christian they agree, say turn by turn. I don't see. It never happened. Or Christian
yeah,
and capital. You understand? So even now, Donald Trump administration is coming back with Christian ideology to be the religion of the country. Are they going to succeed? I don't know. But that's where we are now. Somebody has to win, but we never understand that. We just they see all these old men, they don't know what they do. Because if you look at the two forces, these are small elites from every angle, right? Another thing, the fact that the majority of the Igbos are Catholic too is still underpin all these things because now them be the arrowhead of when they are the fight between these two ideologies dated all the way back like them. So it's still there too. So once we play one ideology way, we can't just we're tired. I don't care if it's Muslim, we all the whatever, but something got to give so that we can fight the
yeah,
G fight, freedom of economy. And we have what it takes. I know why they argue, say, military first. We have what it takes to actually study the two at the same time. You understand? We have the resources, we have the man resources, natural resources. We have whatever it takes for us to actually be a nation to reckon within 20 years. It's possible. One generation or two generations.
and part of it, Ovie, is that one, Nigeria is hardly subject to famine. We have the capacity to grow all the food we need. We don't even need food
Yeah.
from outside. So why is it that our leadership and our youths are looking for jobs? You don't want to give them job. You stand them down. You don't want them to secure the country, and every week you keep reporting that they are killing people. And even see, they'll tell you how this is very insidious in terms of the world. There's something going on in the world, and I think I'm getting to a point whereby I did say that I was going to even start looking at the prospect of writing a book, because in societies, including in the West, even they don't have, like, there are certain things they teach you at school they will not teach you anything about national security. They will not teach you anything about how the world truly works. They just teach you about the surface, about economy, human rights, and all that stuff. But
That
in
is the
this
part. That is the
it's
part of
something else.
the. That is the part of the agreement. Now, when you go collect loan, they will tell you have to cut your education development. These things out there, not just talk them. If you go read the agreement, the policies, that's how America operates. Because they know if you develop if your education is developed, you are a threat. You
Yes.
understand? So they'll do everything. So what do you how we see they go beg for money? The North are tied to China. We are tied to even we tied to America. So it's crazy, my guy.
Let me let
See,
me let me play the video again so that the people that arrived just now can hear it, because so that they understand that even America treats economic issues as national security issues, that they use it as a weapon against others. That's how they look at it, because instead of them to use soldiers to come and finish you, why should they do that? I like that quote that somebody
but
brought.
if you don't get money, you know fit fight now. Now only rich people they fit fight. If you don't have money, you can fight. As simple as that.
Exactly. Let me do that now. Let me just play it.
Available to a lot of governments in Africa early in their independence era. Unfortunately, the commodities boom ended after the 70s and the prices collapsed, and a lot of governments in Africa had to borrow money to continue operations and take care of their economy and their country. And they wound up in a deep hole because of the debt. So I bring this story in to talk about the Heavily Indebted Poor Countries Initiative, or HIPC, which was introduced by the World Bank and the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, back in the 1990s, because a lot of these African countries were suffering under crushing debt, and they couldn't fund their militaries, they couldn't pay their salaries for the government employees. Very desperate situation. So this program was created to help them alleviate debt. But it also served a foreign policy goal for the United States in particular. In order for a country in Africa to qualify for these programs, they had to meet certain governance standards. So for instance, they'd have to pay a certain percentage of their national budget for healthcare for their citizens, or education, primary and secondary. And as a consequence, the idea was to help these countries improve their level of development. And so it served a foreign policy goal for the US and Western countries, and it also helped these countries get out of debt. And it's a good example of how a tool like that can help, and why that's a national security issue, and how it's also a foreign policy tool.
How is that the national security issue? Can you answer me? You see, he kept that one quiet. Why is giving Nigeria this is the people healthcare, or this is
No, no,
national security?
Laga.
He
This is
omitted that part.
this is
Because
just to
he said
concern.
don't invest in your military. That is why it's a national security issue for them. Don't
Yes,
they?
but this is also concern you, right? They say they have to sign an agreement that some percentage of the national budget to have
Mm,
to go to some certain place. So they're
yes.
like it's like the way that you the work now. I'm going to tell you how much you must spend every day. If I don't want to make you return to that, I'm going to say make you know they go salon now. There's no budget for your haircut. You can go that by force, right? So now again, our leaders, this is what actually scared them, right? Because again, we were talking about our early independence. There are some countries that actually got independence before the Africans, so in the 40s and in the 50s. Taiwan is a clear example. What do you think them invading Taiwan is all about? Because the Taiwanese no agree to switch into their system after the British leave them. So they say that, hey, okay, if we let these people stay, build their nation around their national economy, make their economy a national economy, because that's what it's about for the people. Then before you know, other countries will be trying to do the same thing. Now we think they gave Vietnam be that too. People say they gave Vietnam, they could not win. Go there, go ask them. They make sure every village touch. If you they read the details of even up to today, they see they discover explosive up to today as we speak, where they use for Vietnam that time. They make sure they never see light on. So that's what scare some of our leaders. The same thing with Cuba. Cuba just won't grow now without just as we dey talk so, build their economy, build their military, stand on their own and everything. So we say for where it ain't gonna happen. You see, so the example that our leaders go do say call and close on them day, the likes of Mutola Mohammed, you know what, you just say you stop on bomb, they take you out. So the Congolese and so those things they scare them. So we need maybe this lack of history with the denials could be a good thing, right? Because a generation will come. That's why I go to explain to them. Say now, why? They know it go be like you are talking to deaf and dumb. Those generation will rise. Yes, they will rise against the ruling class. Say, "Come, what the heck is going on?" They will either run them out of the country or they will force to sit down and negotiate. Because when we see the others, we see trying to understand. Generation will come. They don't want to know. It
You might be
doesn't make
right.
sense. Yeah,
because
that's how
because all these modern generation are around now, they don't seem to be aware of any of this. Like you said, they didn't experience Fela generation. They are not that sensitized about these things. That too may be a strength to an extent, whereby they don't care about all this. So like, why are we not like everyone else? Why are you telling me that we have to listen to IMF? Why do we have to do all these things? They will start questioning everything. So it might
yeah.
mean
Also,
that
section of the elite class
so
we go rogue because they will go rogue and ally with the masses and fight. It will go to that point too.
of the elites. Okay. I think
Some of them can
one of the hope I have recently is that it's not impossible for for the elites of a nation to change their stripes in a sense that because we've seen nations where elite you have military rule, then they change to civilian and democratic rule. Sometimes they change their economic policy even to a this thing. The one to a more like a liberal from socialism. But sometimes the one I'm very concerned about is security posture. It's often very hard for elites to change security posture, and that is something I need to observe more. But the fact that they can change is a hope for Nigeria to an extent. There is a
yeah,
chance
because
they can change.
they will need unless the military go rogue and side with one section, which is what happened in Egypt, right? The military just decide to say, you know what, we
Mm,
know that this one. But they're actually working with because eventually go with the winner. So that too is an all. But as I again, we have to have multiple billionaires across the country
mm,
and that have their resources from different places. Maybe AI will level that ground, right? Some people will make billions without nobody know they don't make up for. So and those generation will fund that kind of revolution that will say come. We don't actually care whether now your ideology win or no. We just put your shit together, right? And we are good. So
mm,
they're not going to control the money because it is when if you can control the money, that's when the masses have no power. But if you not fit control some certain kind of money where the monies they come, then the
mm,
leadership, the crackers go there every now and then. And but unfortunately, our own billionaires are very well controlled. Now government subsidy make all of them billionaires, so they cannot go against what is
mm.
feeding them. So
Thank you.
Obi is starving because they don't know where money they. They know where it's there,
Mm,
but they don't do anything, right? So
mm.
it's just
Okay.
striving. That's
Okay.
what's happening.
Let me bring Tony in, and you know
Sorry, no vex.
he was here yesterday. I think it was yesterday now. It seems like a long time ago now. Tony, welcome. And this is a kind of continuation from the discussion we had yesterday because I was a bit puzzled by why how strongly some people were fighting for economic progress instead of security because we already have economy. I believe Nigeria has an economy already.
No,
There's
it's like
food.
there's a breaking news by passer. Say, for me, I don't die. What happened to him?
He's saying that there's no evidence. I just checked just now. There's no evidence of what he's saying. Pansa is the kind of guy that just carries the information when somebody tells him he
No,
don't
they
like
are
it.
friends. It's just like 5 or 7 years between them. They are classmates.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where he got that information. You don't know how many times I've heard that Pobia is dead. That guy, until they put him in a casket somewhere, I'm not going to believe it. The guy seems to live forever. What am I going to do? He's 90 something years. He's running for election. What are we going to do with that? So yesterday it was an interesting conversation because the argument was very, very strongly favoring, at least by the Boom Boom Ray, and I think Tony too was on his side to an extent, was saying that we don't have enemies. That's the one that puzzles me the most. We don't have enemies. We don't have the national security challenges that other people have, so we don't need it. And so they prioritize economy. Worry about economy. Don't worry about national security. There was a quote somebody left here that I think I wanted to share about Samsung. One of his statements he made, the guy that wrote The Art of War. I think this is it here. He says, victorious warriors win first and then go to war later, while defeated warriors go to war first and then seek to win. So basically what that is telling you is that you are not ready. So you have to win. You have to prepare first. You have to prepare, and then the war itself, this thing is just a formality. What is going on? But if you go to war and not know about the outcome, in other words, you didn't prepare, then you have already lost. So you can go to war knowing that you've already won. The battles are just a formality to just go and to win this thing, because you have put yourself in a position where you will always win. And I think the Chinese men, those guys, they wrote that. The guy that wrote that book was Chinese, but you can't make it up the way China rose without firing a bullet. They basically rose without basically firing a bullet. That is crazy accomplishment. And you have to admire their skill. Not that they didn't fire a bullet, they did, with Tibet, and they were helping Koreans in the Korean War. But as a nation, they didn't go to a war. They didn't really go to any big war. The Chinese on their own. So you have to give them that. Welcome, Tony. So yeah, give us your point, because you know what I would like? When you're arguing your point, it would be good you give us context, like evidence-based, like, okay, this one did this one, this is how these people did it, and tell us what those people did too in terms of their national security that made you think that they didn't even prioritize security anyway. They put the economy first and they succeeded with doing it. That kind of stuff. I would like that kind of evidence, because if I get it, I'll follow it too. I'm telling you, if I see the one because it's easier. Economy is easier to do it. At least nobody's going to be sanctioning you because you're trying to build your economy. You see what I mean? So please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Greetings, everybody. Glad to be here. My signal is topsy-turvy, so that's why I came in, and then it just went off. I don't know what happened. I've been changing my location. But anyway, there's a magazine, local magazine, that he that is down eats fear no fall. If I expand that, to apply to myself, for instance, I remember many years ago when I was struggling. So security wasn't an issue to me. I mean, I give you an example. I didn't have much. So my thinking was, who is going to come and attack me or steal me? I don't. So that consciousness, even though I am a security, what's the word now? Practitioner. I run a security company. So the sensibility wasn't towards really securing myself, because in terms of what I have, I was thinking that that's not the priority for me. Now, as my fortune began to increase, and I started having family, so I began to see beyond just myself, and I began to look more about protecting my family, about the wealth that I was growing, and that if it becomes apparent, then I can become an object of attack. So I gradually began to take measures to protect my premises, my family, and so on and so forth. I became just security conscious. I said that, just as an elementary, to say that there are things that will propel you to think that way, to prioritize security. If I'm a wealthy man and I live in a place where people who are around me are not doing as well as I do, then I will look at security as one of my main objectives. But if I live in Banana Island, where I have you have the novel-rich, the bourgeois, there's a measure of protection that you feel, being in an environment where, well, everybody is good, and so before anybody comes here, it's going to be heard. I don't know if if you get the picture of what I'm trying to construct. Now, if you take Israel, for example, by virtue of the fact that all around most of the countries surrounding her are hostile, and in terms of language, in terms of culture, he is sort of isolated. There's no country in the world that speaks Hebrew apart from Israel. There's no country that has their history. Their history is peculiar, and they live in an environment where when they look left, look right, whether it's Egypt at the time, whether it's Lebanon, whether it's Jordan, whether it's Syria, when they look around, what they see are people who don't share their aspirations, who are, by history, want to injure. They don't have the numbers. They don't have. So the first concern would be, how do we secure ourselves? That would be the primary consideration. Okay? So those are some of I say that, to lay a background to this discussion, that what propels a country to take a particular policy depends on its position, its
I think why can't I
You're
hear
on
you?
mute. I think you're on mute.
I think he's
I
on
think
mute.
you're on mute, yeah.
Tony, you're muted. Unmute yourself. He's still muted.
You're on mute.
Yeah, it's on the phone. He's trying to unmute it. Yeah. Punch the phone. No, he's refusing though. Your finger is not doing it. he's still being stubborn. He refuses to come up. That thing can be annoying, I tell you. And he's not letting you unmute too. Just touch it. Yeah, it's not. Oh, you muted it again. Just touch it, boom, let it go. Yeah, that's it. Oh, it's gone again. Once, like that.
Okay.
It's clear now. Yeah, perfect.
You can hear me?
Yes. Now it's fine.
It's crazy. I'm sorry. It just keeps coming and going. I've been changing my location. I don't know what's happening. Okay, so I'm saying that, for every country, there are things that are primary as an objective in the short term, medium term, and long term. Now, Israel's priority would not be the priority of Nigeria. So when we say that Nigeria doesn't have enemies, I would say that in context of having I'm looking for the best word. Not that there are no countries that are envying Nigeria, but there's no immediate challenge that you can see that is potentially terrorism. I'm looking at terrorism because that's internal. That's an internal dynamics. I'm looking at an external aggression from somewhere. Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. I can listen clearly.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so I'm looking at an external aggression that is likely, to cause, a serious problem within the country, war, something like that. So if you don't have that, and you don't have resources to immediately begin to invest in the way that you are talking about, it doesn't become a priority to you. So your focus may be, let me grow my economy and grow wealth. Then when I grow enough wealth, I can unify my country, because the issues that are critical in Nigeria today is not just that of external aggression. The issues that is just that the state is not working. You want to get it working, you want to get the economy working, So you are not like people who are hungry are not like you. I mean, look at what's happening even in our fight against Boko Haram. Soldiers are grumbling. They are not well paid. They don't pay their allowances. It's not that they can't fight. But just imagine if you have an economy that is running. I don't want to go into leadership. So that it doesn't look like I'm indicting anybody. But if you have an economy that is strong, then you have the resources, to put in those places, that will also help the nation. That's the point where I'm coming from. And when I talked about Egypt, talked about Morocco, and talked about, I was situated. I mean, take Egypt for instance. You had Muslim Brotherhood win an election in Egypt. It was a free and fair election, and they won. And America is, if you like, quote and unquote, the bastion of democracy. They're trying to promote democracy all over the world, and they're bullying countries and so on. You must, democracy is the real thing. You must do that. Now there was an election, and Muslim Brotherhood won the election. But because the ideology of this group, this set of people, is not one that some people in America and the West like, then you instigate or you encourage an insurrection by the military to take out a democratically elected government. Okay? The same democracy that you're trying to protect. You take them out and you encourage that government, a military government, even when you are fighting against such type of governments all over the world. And then he transmutes to a civilian president, you arm that government, and it's okay for you. So you see the hypocrisy. Now, but the point is that they have to make sure that you have a pro-government, a government that is favorable to them in Egypt, because that will secure Israel from that angle. Now, Professor Robinson and Gallagher, writing about Egypt, trying to defend the colonial, the imperialism in Egypt, British colonization of Egypt. Professor Gallagher, Robinson and Gallagher said that the British have to colonize Sudan so that they can protect Egypt. That was the reasoning. You need to acquire Sudan so you can protect Egypt, because Egypt is strategic to their interest. Of course, you know that route, the Suez Canal, is that route. It is a lot of maritime activities going on there, international shipping, maritime activities going on there, and they have to have a government that is pro-West, pro-America. Otherwise, it's going to cause this real dislocation in that region. The same thing with the Hormuz. The same thing with the Gulf of Hormuz. The same thing with I talked about Gibraltar, the Straits of Gibraltar. The same thing even with the South China Sea. If you look at all those strategic places, you need a government. They need someone, a government that is pro them, so that you can guarantee free maritime activity in that area. Because if you have a government that is anti their leadership, there's going to be a problem. Just like you have in Yemen, where the Gulf of Aden, there's always a problem there sometimes, or Iran, at the Gulf of in the Gulf of what's it? Trying to remember the name now. I had the escape. Sometimes Iran will go,
the Persian Gulf.
Persian Gulf. Okay, so sometimes yeah, sometimes you see Iran will just go there and wants to disturb everything that is going on there. America wants to have control of that place. They did have control when the Shah was there. So what I'm saying is that what is principal to you determines where you invest, whether it's in the economy. For weaker nations, for countries, for North Korea, the first thing will be the military, because it has fought against the Korean War. Okay, it knows that some other powers are looking at it as a pariah state, and if they have the means, they're going to wipe them out. So what do? You protect yourself. You invest in your military. So the economy will be secondary in that consideration. Okay, so those are the things that I'm looking at. You don't just go. It is when something happens to you. For most of the countries that I know, it is when you see a threat. I'm not dismissing entirely your position, but I'm saying for most people, you would rather invest on the things that are primary, that are more important to you, that will not cause an insurrection in your country before you begin to think of other things else.
All right,
You know,
okay,
so
let me
that
let me I hear exactly what you are saying. You are saying that basically the nations that have had put their military in a generally stronger security posture because of their surroundings and their basic experience in their experiences, which to an extent it kind of aligns with my own analysis, but coming from a slightly different point of view. That's the different point of view is that the what tends to wake people up to the necessity of putting their national security as a priority is often because they've had some significant experience to wake them up to that truth. So, in other
yeah,
words,
yeah, I
it's not.
agree. I agree.
uh,
Pakistan,
so
for instance, Pakistan and India, for example, yes, that will fit into that situation.
exactly. So, what that is telling you is that the need is there. Just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Don't wait until you are hit first, because often that hit you may not survive it. Like in the case of
That
the
is where we
colonization
differ.
war. Yeah,
That
but
is that is where we
I'm
that
going
is
to bolster
that is
my
where we
yeah,
differ.
exactly. I'm trying to bolster the argument now. In the case of the colonization war, because you may not survive that hit, because your argument is being complacent in the sense that by not being ready, you are going to survive when trouble comes. There is no guarantee of that. You see what I mean? Because the colonization was we were not ready, we lost it. We saw the consequence of that already. If you like, Iraq wasn't ready, he wasn't as prepared as he was supposed to be when he's facing a country like America, and he paid the price. So the point is that if you are not ready, it doesn't mean the conflict will not come. It will
No,
still
Iraq
come.
was ready. Iraq was
No,
ready. If you look at the armaments that Iraq had, but you
not
are
like
dealing with a superpower.
Iran.
Iraq was ready.
See, no, not
Saddam.
not like Iran. See, Iran one. If you come after Iran now, you could trigger Russia, you could trigger China, and Iran could cause problem that will affect the world, and that America's position in the world could be affected.
Can I respond to that thing about Iraq? So what you had with Iraq at that time, it's not my turn, but I want to respond to that. So if you look at what happened, we were in a unipolar period where America was dominant power, Russia was a weak power. Iraq did not have any ally. They were under severe sanctions of over 10 years after the Gulf War. They were completely weakened. So it was very easy for America to have gone to invade that country and destroy that country.
So
No, in
if you
Iraq,
look at it,
no. Iraq used to be in the good books of America. Saddam was for a while
Yes,
in the good books
correct.
of America,
Yes, correct.
and
Correct.
they kept
That
a
was
blind eye.
until
Yes, they kept a blind eye when Saddam was doing some of the things that he was doing. But when they touched the anointed of America, that's when this problem started.
yes,
They
it was a trap.
armed Saddam. He was a good boy.
Yes,
They kept a blind eye. Do
yes,
anything, you are a
yes.
good boy. The
So
moment he stepped out of line.
So what happened was Saddam was he was foolish in a way. So what happened was Saddam was trying to nationalize some elements of the oil that Iraq had, which was against America's policy. Then they used Kuwait as a trap, and it was foolish to enter that trap to invade Kuwait. So they used that as a trap, like you said, to go after him. And at that time, the Soviet Union that was supporting him, but also the Soviet Union supported Saddam, Iraq at that time to fight Iran. Soviet Union was weak. At the same time, Soviet Union collapsed. So it gave America the leeway to do whatever it likes and get away with it to Iraq. But yeah.
okay,
That's right. Because, like you
let's go
said,
back to the original conversation so we don't get this swayed into Iraq conflict. So I understand what you meant by Saddam was ready. That was Saddam was aware and getting ready. But what I mean by getting ready was the kind of statement Sun Tzu made. not getting ready to lose. Gets ready to win. In other words, like Iran now is prepared that if you come after me, I will make you pay. You are going to pay a strategic price. So, and so your argument based on the fact that you are feeling you are approaching from the point of view that since you don't see a threat, there's no need to respond to the threat. However, you have to, like, when you have a property. I heard your argument regarding when you started the security company, because you had a family, so you started the level of awareness of what you needed to do to protect your family and your assets increased. That is true, because if you have let's say 10,000 naira worth of items, you don't want to go and spend 2 billion naira trying to defend that 10,000 naira. You spend maybe 12,000 or 15,000 naira trying to protect it. So there is a gradation, a gradation of a level of security that you put based on what is being protected. You see what I mean? So in the case of the life of a people,
A nation,
and in the case of Nigeria, Nigeria is a strategic nation. It's not just a nation. It's a strategic one that is important to about 1.4 billion people around the world. So you can see now that the level of responsibility increases dramatically. If you look at all the major groups in the world, the largest nations generally are their protectors, really. They are basically their umbrella, really. And Nigeria is the biggest one on the continent of Africa and for a lot of black people around the world. So they want, the need for Nigeria to be in a certain position is very, very high. But yet, we are not even there. But the point I'm making is that by not being ready, you are risking everything. Because if an armed robber comes to your house and you didn't have a security guard and you don't have any way of preventing that robber from this, and then you were not ready. And then that armed robber would do whatever they like with you. And it's happened to us before. So that is the evidence that I'm basing my argument on. I'm basing it on the idea that we have to be ready for trouble when it comes. And if the trouble doesn't come, good. It means that our readiness probably deterred the trouble from happening. But if the trouble comes, we are also ready to deal with that. But the other way, the way you are approaching it, it could lead us to falling into the same trap we fall into before. Is that the risk? Even if it's 1% chance it could happen, do you want to take that risk with the future of the entire race? You see my point?
Forefathers, I think we need to give a lot of examples so that a lot of people can learn what you're talking about. Because if we don't give examples, people may not understand. Because it seems like we're just developing these ideas, right? Because there are many examples that I can give so that people will understand.
Okay. You know what? Just to give you, so then we'll allow because I can't said anything. You jumped queue actually. What kind of ojoro be that?
Yes, I wanted to tell you that I came before me.
That's not
I
allowed.
wanted
The
to
jump
say,
queue. He's not allowed.
oh, you called me. You called me. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Oga. Thank you for joining us. So this
It was on the
conversation
phone also.
Yeah, he was talking to all his business partners about his billions, and the convention is a relaxed one, really, and it's going to be. We are trying to make it as evidence based as possible about which one is priority. Should we prioritize our security and prepare beforehand than wait for trouble to come before we prepare, or we follow economy, when in reality you need security to protect assets. If you have money, there's a reason why people that have money have security guard. They have bulletproof cars. They have a gate man. They have burglary proof. They have electric fence. Then they put gate. They put a vigilante around the area. You see what I mean? You
Forefathers, you
protect
say people who have
valuable.
money. Remember, you
Yes,
said people who have
yes.
money.
I said there's a reason why. There's a reason why they do that. They protect those things. That's true. And so you have to be able to protect your wealth when you have it. So
2025.
he's talking to one of his billion arrangement again. Look at that, he's busy now. We should we go to Jide now, or this is okay, Oga Ike. So what do you make of it so far?
Yeah, thank you for that. Tony, you don't need to apologize. You saw me, I was on the phone. So, I mean, we don't want to stop the conversation not to flow, right?
Thank you. Thank
You
you.
know, I'm not I'm not really an, what do you call it? Is it international economy and security like forefathers? But I think if you're talking about priority as a country, I think the first thing that will start is that who are the kind of people that are the face of the government of a country before you talk about prepare to be attacked or get ready not to be attacked. Part of the reasons why we can be attacked at any time is because of the people that represent the faces of the country. If you have leaders that were elected by the people, leaders that are credible, leaders that when they say yes, and their yes is their yes, leaders that say that when they go on a discussion, when they go on a round table where a national cake is shared, a leader who will say, if I don't get my own, nobody gets anything. A leader who will say, go to hell with what you want to give me. You know, without you, my country can survive. So, but the question is, do you have such leaders in Nigeria? For example, let's take the present, whatever you have in Nigeria right now. Who do they represent? Where would they go to speak? Where would they boldly go to speak on behalf of Nigeria? Even the smallest countries in West Africa, Niger, Chad, Burkina Faso, Benin Republic, Togo, Burkina Faso, we have lost our respect and our credibility. These are small countries that when they have a little problem, they run to Nigeria. But this time around, we don't have respect, be it our neighboring countries, be it in African countries, be it in Europe and America. So for that, to me personally, before the priority, the security, and the other things we need to get prepared, the face who represent that country matters a lot. And that's why I don't mirror it to when we were talking about the first time during the KJ program. I told you that your life is a mirror because you forefathers, there are people that are listening to you, there are people that are following you, there are people who want to be who you are. But the point remains that you should recognize yourself as a mirror where those people are looking at. They have a mirror where they can go and look when they're putting on their tie. But you are their true mirror. From you they see. From you they see the future. From you they see the hope. From you they see that there is victory at the end of the tunnel. But if the mirror is black, if the mirror cannot be seen, if nobody can look through the mirror, it becomes a problem. So I think that if we have credible people as leaders, not only at the federal, from the local government to the state and to the federal, and if we have a credible National Assembly that are accountable to the people and that are accountable to the people that elected them to office, I should believe that every country in West Africa and Africa in the world should be afraid of Nigeria because we are blessed. We have everything. Humanly, material, everything. We have every resources to become a very powerful nation. But what is our problem? It's maladministration. What is our problem? Corruption. What is our problem? We don't have people impose themselves on us. So I think that before your economy, I think security is a very important issue. Before you talk about the economy, because when you're talking about going to meet other countries or business people around the world to come and invest in Nigeria, the first thing a businessman looks at is the security environment of the country where he or she is going to go to invest money. And part of that security is, do you have 24-hour electricity supply? Do you have your judiciary is working the way it's supposed to work? Because in the process of establishing a business, there must be some legal question that will be asked. And if I go to the judiciary, am I going to get justice? And what about the people who work in the ministry that are responsible by giving these people the climate and the environment to come and invest? Do we have credible people that can be able to do this without corruption? So there are so many things that comes into it. And security of life and property. Is my life secure? Is my business going to be secure if I have to come and invest such amount of money? Will my business be secured? If there is any eventuality, how do I recover what I have invested? So I'm one of those people who are saying we are not going to write off security. Security is very important. They work hand in hand with the economy. But like as I said from the beginning, that the major problem that Africa have is the type of leaders that are leading the continent. Yeah, we were talking. There was a rumor. I see people jubilating in Cameroon that Paul Biya is down. I don't know what type of down. Is he sick or is he? These are the kind of people that are representing you, forefather. Man who is walking on the street and is farting, even when he's with his fellow leaders, is farting before everybody. A man that doesn't know his left and right anymore is still the president of Cameroon. That's the problem. So I think that for us to be ready, being ready should start from the local government to the state and to the federal. Because if the person that is coming to you to talk about business see that there are a lot of loopholes that he can manipulate and use, why not? So I personally think that for me personally, the way I understand international politics or negotiation, which are the kind of people that are going to negotiate for Nigeria? Are there people who will, even before they go into the discussion, they have already called on the phone, listen, whatever money we are going to use, I have 25% already. People that are already discussing how much they're going to get out of that business. Is it the kind of people that are representing us as a country? So, forefather, there are so many things that comes into play about our country. So we have to sincerely accept, first of all, that we don't have a face. Nigeria has no credibility anywhere. We don't have a face because we have a president who we don't know where he comes from. We have a president, we don't know the school that he attended. We have a president, we don't know his age. We have a president who we don't know the certificate that he has. It's not only me and you that know. It's in the public space around the world. The world know. So where would that person go to negotiate? Which country? Which president is going to sit with him to negotiate when he knows that this man that I am negotiating with is fake, because there is nothing that I know about him? If the people that you are ruling don't know anything about their president, how do I go to defend my president when I go somewhere and I am in a place where people are talking bad about Nigeria and they have evidence about my president? Forefathers, I ask you that question. How are you going to defend your president when the people that they are trying to defend your president would know that nobody know the school, the primary school and secondary school where your president attended? Where he said he attended school, the school was not even established when he said he went to the school. So you, as forefather, who is very good in international politics, who like economy, who like security, how can you be able to defend that your president, who you know sincerely in your heart that you don't even know who that your president is? So my brother, it's difficult. No matter how we want to play it, we have to clean up the house. The house needs to be cleaned up. And I think one of the things we need to do is that Nigerians themselves should clean the house for themselves. They should not allow America or France or anybody to come and clean the house for us. Nigerians themselves should take it upon themselves that they want to clean the house themselves. And they want to decide and determine which kind of leaders that are going to lead them going forward. But in as much as we are still allowing these imperialists to come to lead us, to clean the house for us, at the end of the day, my brother, our life, our economy and the security is in their hand. We can't do anything. They only give us what they will give us what we want, not what we want is what they're going to give us. So, my brother, really, this is the way I think about the conversation we're having. It is the face. The face. Look at America example. For example, look at Trump. Hate him, love him. You must go to US to bow. That's the face of the country. That's the man in power. Because he told you where he's standing and he's not changing it. He's not moving. He's not moving an inch. He tell you this is what he's going to do. Whether you like it or not, he's going to do it. But do we have such president in Africa? No. Your president is in there. Your president that every of his since the people begin to know the name, he has been a questionable character all his life. We don't know his family. We don't know his brothers. We don't know the state where he come from. We don't know anything about him. How do you want to describe your president if somebody, for example, let me say somebody from Bonnet where I live meet you in London and you say you're in Nigeria, you say, hey, listen, I've been hearing something about your country. Can you tell me more about your president? What story do you have to
tell? Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Jude, what I was looking for is the Gulf of Hormuz. That's what I was looking for. Not the Persian Gulf. You know.
Okay. Yeah, the Gulf of Hormuz. Is that not the one Iran is always...
That's right. That's right.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
So, okay. Now, about the... because people that are representing you matters in terms of... the mindset of the people, and this is why recently I'm just investigating with countries because I try to go with evidence as much as I can, try to investigate nations, how they change, how their elites change. One thing that don't change is elites don't give up their wealth. They will never give up their wealth without a significant revolution. They don't. Historically, it's never happened. However, if you grow the wealth, it doesn't mean the wealth cannot spread to the people. And because they also have the capacity of changing ideology to an extent, that gives me hope that it's not entirely likely, but it could be possible to transform the country without necessarily a major revolution, the kind of revolution that is hot revolution, as some people would describe it. So, okay, if we are to get back to specific security versus economic requirements, so the last argument that I heard was about the one Tony put forward was preparing our need for it. And the point I was trying to make is that historically, like in the case of the Chinese, Americans were not didn't want to invade China. Neither did Russia or anybody, even India, none of them. But China knew after their experience with Japan that they should never be asleep anymore. Because once you have been robbed once, you should be prepared to make sure you don't get robbed again. And a smarter person should not wait to even get robbed before they react. You will learn from some other person's mistake and make sure you don't make that mistake. And that's what other nations do. And in the case of, for our own nation, so far, we've left it defenseless for far too long. And for a lot of, like, if Nigeria wasn't that important, like in terms of the population in the country and importance to West Africa and many other black nations, maybe I wouldn't be this forced even, because in terms of Nigeria, maybe the other countries would have the trouble to face this problem. But we are in a position now whereby either we stand or we cause the fall of the entire group. We could literally cause the fall of the entire group if we don't act properly. So this is why when I come across as, okay, we have to put this first, because you have to be prepared for the day of tribulation. You know how the Bible says now, why did the Bible say you should be born again now? Why did he not wait until he say born again at the day of judgment?
You
You
have
don't
a
want
pastor by your side. You have a pastor close to you there.
exactly. The Bible doesn't say become born again on the day of judgment when you see it coming. You know, Tony, that is your ideology.
Okay,
You
so
know,
Father,
that's your ideology.
you know, the problem that I find with your argument is that you are saying that that is how it must be. That is one possibility. Take Taiwan and China. Now, you know this thing going about ding dong with Taiwan. China may invade. China is probably looking for a time when America will be looking somewhere else or be preoccupied with some other distance so they can strike. Now, Taiwan has seen that threat. Therefore, America is going to be arming Taiwan. You know, to make sure that should that kind of threat come, should that kind of attack come, at least they will be not that they will not. It may not be that they will defeat China, but at least they will be able to respond, you know, in a way that at least will give them some protection until maybe some powers intervene or something like, you know,
Hurt China.
we won't just be you know, a rough shot, you know, over this thing. So because there's an imminent threat. So what I'm saying is that yes, that I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong, but I don't accept the fact that that is how it must be with every nation. I'm saying that nations are conditioned by the threats that face them. They prioritize that threat, and you said it with China. You know, Manchuria was taken, you know, by Japan for a while, and some other territory from China. And China now went through an experience where now said, okay, I'm not going to let this happen. You know, we must be prepared. We won't let this. This is an experience. Now, for some people, that is how it works. But for some others, they are probably more proactive. That's why I gave the example of Israel. If you know that enemies all around your left, right, and center, you're surrounded by enemies, you do something. You don't just sit down and say, okay, let's be praying and hoping that the promise that God made concerning Abraham is going to be fulfilled. You do something about your situation. And it will be fair to secure your people. You know, to secure your people.
Can I come in now?
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
going to bring you in now. I just wanted to ask you one last question regarding the preparedness, whatever they call it,
Yes.
and the Chinese preparing now because they experience the problem with Japan, and Israel preparing because they see their enemies. But do you think you factored in the fact that we were actually invaded too and colonized, which is even worse than just a conquest, and colonized on top of it, which is even worse? Did you factor that in the fact that maybe we should even be more paranoid than the others?
Yes, I did. You see, if we were in the situation of Burkina Faso, I would say arm yourself to the teeth, because there are certain countries that have shown you that they are angry with you and they can come at you anyhow, anywhere. Maybe using exiles, maybe insurrection, because they have said it, they mentioned it. African, you know, Langley has said Burkina Faso is a problem. France, of course, you have offended. Are they going to attack you? Are they going to use proxies? We don't know, but you have enemies. You have stepped on people's foot. I'm not talking about terrorism that they are fighting, which is been a problem in itself. But here you are dealing with some big guys who say, okay, we'll see. So you don't sit down and just watch and just believe that, oh, you do something. You seek
Yeah,
alliances.
okay, I agree with you on that. But the question still remains. Like, let me give you an example with a property now. If you have a property, does the armed robber have to announce that they are coming to rob you before you decide to put security measures?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's what I started from. You see, the kind of security I would need if I live in Victoria, in Banana Island, would not be the same that I would need if I'm living in Agege.
But
giving the
yes, you
same
need
amount of,
security nonetheless.
yes. In
Yeah,
aggregate,
but
I will need more.
why would you need security? Because no armed robber announced that they are coming to your house.
No, the point is that you see yourself more vulnerable in a particular environment, but in the other environment where you see that, well, it's before they get at you, at least that person, unless the person really is determined to get you, then he gets you. So you're a little bit more relaxed in certain areas, but in some areas you don't want to take chances because you are probably
You see,
every time.
I'm getting to the crux of your argument because you use Burkina Faso as an example that because there was they know the people that are their threats. Your argument is that because you don't see the threat immediately, so you don't respond to it, which is the same thing as saying repent on the day of judgment. Basically, you want to convert until you actually get evidence of it, even if you can borrow the fact that it happened 100 years ago to Nigeria. We were invaded and colonized on top of it. That is
No,
a
that's not what I'm
declaration.
saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not playing down on security. I'm saying that in that case, I will prioritize something else. That is, we are talking about priority. Now,
Yes.
what will be priority to me will be something that I think is critical, is my immediate need. If I have a challenge, okay, if I have a challenge, for instance, let me say someone has a health challenge, and then is building a property, but there's a life-threatening condition. Now you want to prioritize your health. So you
Yes.
leave your building that you're doing, you face your health, because you got to
Yes.
be alive to do the building.
Now, what you just said is actually very correct. But that is what security does. It preserves life. You see what I mean? You literally walked into the argument that I'm making, that you are prioritizing other things that is not going to necessarily save your life. But the security that is going to save your life, you are not prioritizing that one.
Because there's an immediate threat. That's why I will.
You're waiting,
Yes, that's the
waiting for
condition.
the threat to come first before you
Yes,
react.
there's an immediate threat. If I don't do it, something bad is going to happen. I have family. I have investments. I want to live. I don't want to die and all that. So I prioritize. I say, okay, this is the priority for now. Every other thing should stop. Now, but if it's not something, you just headache and that may not be a priority. You just go and get analgesics and you're doing what you're doing. That's the point I'm making. I'm not saying it's not important, but you are saying that should be the model for every country to go. And I'm saying not necessarily, that it will depend on your specific circumstances, and the challenge that you have, the threats that you have. But you are saying that whether you have an imminent threat or you have an unforeseen threat, what you have to do is your security first, primary. If you
I
don't
think
have the
you,
resources.
Jide, sorry. I think you have a point when you say that if I came across, which I'm not sure I did, that if you said I said that every country has to follow the same path, that is not necessarily the case. Even if
Okay.
even all the countries that are not African are following the path, which is weird. They are not going nuclear, but they are going standard security level. Most of them are not under secure like Nigeria is. So the point I'm making is that, if let's say America is a superpower and it's NATO too, and a NATO nation is there, that NATO nation could decide not to even spend a penny on security, but that nation will be secure because America is securing, guaranteeing its security. You see what I mean? So
Yeah.
from that point of view, you are correct. Not every nation has to do this thing, spend that much money, but you have to be assured that you will be secure by a bigger power out there. So, but in the case of Nigeria, we are a strategic nation. We are not the kind of nation we rely on other people to secure us. We have to rely on ourselves to secure ourselves and secure others. on the continent too. Just like America is securing Europeans, and China is basically securing the South, this in East Asians, and India is securing the South Asians, and basically the Arab world altogether. Then Pakistan is exchanging weapons, technology with all the Arab this countries, because they are basically the same family. So, in the case of Nigeria, this is my argument that we are in a position whereby we can't afford not to think like strategic nation, because that's what we are. We don't have a choice. And if you are like that, you have to act. In other words, that's what you are describing as when you live in Victoria, Banana Island. Nigeria is a banana island candidate. That's the point. It's not Agege candidate. It's a banana island candidate, and they have to act accordingly.
You know, we have to leave Jide to intervene, but let me just chip in this thing. Do you think that if there is a threat to Saudi Arabia, America will just sit down and just look and just keep a blind eye?
Depending on how America is feeling on that day, they could decide to keep a blind eye. I assure you.
Never, not with Saudi Arabia. Not with Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia plays a strategic role in that area for America. So America would not let anything, America would not let any threat that will remove an ally, to just go by. It will not, because Saudi Arabia is helping to checkmate some very radical anti-American leadership, in that area. So it can sell. It can sell. It can sell the kind of weapons that it will not sell to Nigeria to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but Tony, we just talked about Iraq. America can change. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that Saudi Arabia is not an ally of America, and as it stands, if Saudi Arabia is somebody is threatening Saudi Arabia, America is likely to back Saudi Arabia against them. But to say it cannot change,
it can change.
Iraq. That's the point I'm
Iran
making.
changed. Iran changed. What I'm saying is, what do you as a country have that would say that, because it's not just protecting yourself. I mean, even if you buy all the armaments in this world, you're not going to be a world superpower. But what is it that you have as a country that a threat will come and America will say, don't touch that country. If you do, we're going to come after you?
If that country's fall will empower the enemy of America, that's the greater enemy of America, America will step in. That is why they went into Vietnam, that's Korea, and or many other countries, maybe even Iran. This is where they are going after Iran now. Libya, definitely. So if the country that is going to fall is going to weaken America's position, because if you're an ally of America and you are positioned in a position that checks America's enemies, they will not want you to fall. They want you to remain. Just like Japan now. If anything wants to happen to Japan, America will defend Japan, because Japan needs to be strong against China.
Good. Now, or South Korea. Now, does Nigeria occupy that kind of position?
No.
Either to Russia or to China or to America.
We've never made ourselves important enough. But I think we occupy that position to an extent. But we've never really, I wouldn't say we occupy the position. We claim to be non-aligned. So because of that, now we are basically almost useless to both sides. And we never even put ourselves in a position where we even have any power. So in other words,
and the greatest threat you can have is from them. That's the point I'm making.
But now you have threat from both sides. If any of them wins, Nigeria loses, because we don't put ourselves in a position whereby we can determine our destiny. Right now,
you are not strategic in their calculation. You are not strategic in their calculation. They don't plan with you. They don't plan and plan with the Naira, or plan with they don't plan with you. They can plan with Egypt. They don't plan with you. They can plan with Saudi Arabia.
Isn't that the point I'm making? Because we didn't prioritize something that would make them take us seriously. We didn't prioritize our security. Why would they take you seriously when you don't prioritize your security? Because they know you're already dead to them. You are not a big deal. No, because they brag about it. I might even try to look for the document online. On Africom website, they say that they spend 1% of their national budget to control Africa. 1% of the national budget. It's what they spend, security budget, not national budget, I mean, security budget, defense budget to control Africa. That they get outsized results when they put very little resources in Africa. So in other words, they just treat us as if we are dead body already.
I mean, let Jide come in. I'm taking a lot of Jide's time.
that is what is happening. Jide, thank you for your patience. That is the thing. I don't want us to be in that situation.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
welcome.
this thing is very simple. I don't know why I'm making it so difficult for ourselves. Like, it's very clear that, you see, it depends on who is in power. It depends on the states. Like, Nigeria currently is a neo-colonial state. As Nigeria can be used as a proxy against an anti-imperialist state. That's what we need to understand. So currently, maybe we've forgotten that Nigeria is a member of ECOWAS, right? And Nigeria is actually the head of ECOWAS, and ECOWAS is kind of more or less like a satellite organization that is being sponsored and backed by France, right? And you have some countries that formed an anti-imperialist alliance. So what does that mean? That means that Nigeria is can be a potential. It's a country right now that is under a neo-colonial neo-colonial control, can be used as a proxy against those anti-imperialist states. We saw that 2 years ago after the coup in Niger. If not because of the Northern elders actually kind of pushed back, the Northern elites pushed back, there could have been a potential invasion of those Sahel countries. This could have been a proxy war between France/US and Russia/China. That could have been a potential proxy war. But I think the Northern elites and I think the House of Reps and Senate in Nigeria, they actually pushed back. So Nigeria right now is a neo-colonial state that can be used to actually contain other countries. So as what I'm trying to say now is, Nigeria right now do not have to spend on insecurity against, like, Nigeria has to, ideally, but right now, with the current administration that we have, Nigeria can actually be used as a proxy against a weaker country that is trying to gain its sovereignty right now in Africa, which is a very bad situation. So we need to understand those dynamics. If a country is sovereign and it is trying to develop, it has to also bolster its security. If a country is sovereign and anti-imperialist country that is trying to move away from the influence of the West, is trying to, develop its industries, is trying to develop its own economy, it's not getting loans from IMF and World Bank, it doesn't want military bases from the US and the West, it wants to have a self-sufficient economy, an independent economy. It is very important that it also bolsters its security, because if it does not bolster its security and its economy is moving up and the quality of life of people is moving up, that country will be contained, because that country will be seen as a security threat to the United States and other Western countries. I'll give an example historically. After the revolution in Russia that led to the Bolsheviks taking power in the Soviet Union, and after the death of Vladimir Lenin, after they've gone through the war, the civil war after that revolution, Stalin took power and they began the process of land reforms and industrialization to boost their economy. Things were so bad at that time in the Soviet Union. But at the same time, they identified a potential threat. Germany never invaded them at that point in time. But Stalin knew they had potential threats. This was a country that was completely weak, completely vulnerable, no security, nothing. They were shattered by civil wars, right? They focused on their economy. At the same time, Stalin, as a leader of a country, started to develop its security because he knew that it had potential threats. Because if it only focused on its economy, which is to industrialize and not focus on its security at that time, trust me, when Nazi Germany had attacked the Soviet Union, they could have defeated the Soviet Union. So the point I'm making is that vision of that leader, Stalin, to industrialize the country and bolster and develop its security architecture, understanding that there's a potential threat that could invade that country eventually, even before the Second World War, played a role into why eventually they were able to defeat Nazi Germany. That's number one. Number two, we need to understand what we call containment. The West, what they do is any country they see as a threat, they use other countries as, or they use the sea as a source of containment. When the Soviet Union was powerful, NATO was formed as initially NATO was actually formed to counter Soviet threats, quote unquote Soviet threats, communist threats. But the point of NATO was to contain the Soviet Union across Western Europe. The same thing with China. China right now, because they are developing industrially, they are being contained by the West through the Philippines, through Japan, through, I don't know if others know, AUKUS. It's an alliance of Australia, Japan, Philippines, US, and other countries to contain China in the South China Sea. What they now make a case that they are attacking, they are trying to prevent Chinese dominance. But there's nothing like that. The same thing with the Soviet Union. They will say they're trying to prevent communist threats. But the point of the matter is, these are bullshit, these are lies. The whole idea is, whenever they see a country is developing and rising, independent of their support or their control, they see those countries as threats and they contain those countries or they surround those countries. If you look at Iran, we're talking about Iran, we're talking about Israel earlier. The same thing with Iran. Go and look at Iran and look at the American military bases that surround the whole of Iran after the revolution. That means that Iran has security threats. So the point I'm making is, when you are sovereign as a state, it's your responsibility to bolster your security. I will give another example. Another example is Russia. After Putin came to power and restored back the Russian states and boosted their economy, what they did was, at that same time, they were boosting their security architecture, because after the collapse of the Soviet Union, their economy collapsed, their security collapsed as well. Putin came to power, restored the Russian states, and strengthened the states, and also boosted their security and boosted their economy. They did not focus on, the security should be one, let's focus on just the economy. They focused on the economy, but they realized there could be a potential threat. So they decided to also bolster their security. And also, we need to understand that at that time, Russia was friends with the West, with the US, with UK. They were friends. They were even almost allies. The only thing is that Russia was not a member of NATO. So we need to understand those dynamics. Now, the West is now using Ukraine as a tool, as a bulwark to weaken Russia, and that has failed. That's because Putin was a visionary leader that decided to what? To bolster the security and prepare ahead against an external threat, either it's a proxy or the United States, so that it will not get weakened when it's going into a proxy war. That's why I said that every attempt to weaken Russia's economy and security has failed, even though the war is still going on. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I was just checking, that information I talked about, where America spent 1% on their national budget. It turns out that I exaggerated, actually. When I said it looks like they are looking at us like we are dead body already. This is on Africom website itself. This is American website, africom.military. So it's American military website. So you see, they said, and finally, he said, employing only 0.3% of the Department of Defense operating budget, U.S. Africa Command is an economy of force command that yields outsized returns for U.S. and African security interests. So if you go into this document, you are probably going to see the same implication again, where they talked about how okay, look at that. They talked about it again. Can have outsized impact on geostrategic competition. Very little money they spend on us. That's all they used to control us, because our people have subscribed to their to their narrative that economy is something we should be putting like something at the top. When in reality, I think I'm not zooming in so we can see it clearly. When in reality, this is something that we have to put economy is always going to be there, but if you don't do anything to protect it, you're going to lose it. You can't get anywhere in this life without protection. And I think the reason why I'm happy not about it, because it's easy to overlook, because nobody teaches it. They don't teach you at secondary school that you have to look at these things as an important aspect of economy. They talk about economics all the time. They talk about civics, but they don't talk about national security as an integral part of your economy, that you have to ensure your nation is secure, and your people have to be ready to do that themselves, not other people telling them what to do. And you have to always remind your people of that. But this is what we are dealing with. They are not hiding it. They are telling us what they are doing with our country. They are telling us. They are not hiding it at all. So it's just for us to decide that, okay, this is important to us. Either we take care of it and make sure that our children don't end up in a situation whereby we put them in a compromised position where everybody is racing ahead of them. And then what happens to us in the near future could be judgment. In other words, a day when something is going to happen and we decide to repent on the day of judgment. Nobody needs that. I don't think even religion recommend that you retire. Although they did say that if you believe that Christ is your Lord and personal Savior at the last minute, you will end up in heaven. But it's not advised, because it's not advised, because you may not get the opportunity to reside repent properly before you go and meet your judgment. So I think this is where the discussion is heading. And I wanted to share one other thing about our people. The way from the previous conversation, the way we approach religion and the way we rely on faith, and what we rely on what we see, we don't necessarily fully understand. So I wanted to play this. It's from a TV program, but I feel like this because the book that was associated with this TV program didn't contain it. So the person just shared this thing without necessarily having any context for it, as if it's just part of the program, but it's not, because the book doesn't contain that statement. So I wanted to share this very quickly. I hope you can hear it because there was music playing in the background. Let's see.
Their minds and keep them safe.
Hold on, I need to remove this one first. You saw what happened there. So the lady told her that when people are scared, they will make up gods to pray to. In other words, telling her that the gods that you're worshiping is not your redemption, because you have to play the game. That's what he said, play the game. But when she said that and put down the image that resembles the image of Christ, put it down. The lady took it and put it around her neck like, that is not going to work for me, because there is no game here. So that line there was not part of the book. And you notice that it's a program that is made up of all these different kind of people, but this is interaction between two black people having that conversation. And he said it to another black lady, but the black lady refused to listen to her instruction, because basically she was scared of what the lady told her, because the lady made her think that God is not going to answer you. It's like, well, you see, she saw the lady as evil. How can you tell me God is not going to answer me? Oh, no way. God is there to save me. No, that is not how it works. Maybe what the lady was telling her is that God has already answered your prayer. Play the game. That is the solution. You have to act to secure yourself. You have to act to protect yourself. The people are playing the game. You have to join the game yourself.
Brothers, I feel like our leaders, you see, the people that are in power in most parts of Africa, I just feel like either they just don't care, or they just don't have the political will to do what needs to be done. It is very clear. It's either they don't care, which is worse, or they just don't have the political will to do what needs to be done. Because I feel like at the end of the day, they are okay. Why don't they have the political will? They are afraid that if they do something, they'll be sabotaged. So we don't have leaders that are willing to sacrifice.
Yeah, but Jide, though, I think the strategy they are following is Tony's strategy. I think, seriously, I think Tony has opened a kind of vista, because Tony is a very, he's a Nigerian. He's right there. He's operating there. He even owns a security company in Nigeria. And what he has said is not that different from what a colonel came here and said. The idea is, if you don't see the threat in front of you, you don't have to act at that time. You don't have to be ready until you need it, then you act. That is a reactionary system, not proactive system or way of thinking. And he made that stuff, man, if you watch some documentaries or people made about our forefathers when they came to Africa, it made us look like children. They made us look like children. When they come, they treat it like, they say we were so innocent. We behave like innocent people that can't think rationally. That's how they came across. We will be carrying them on our backs, carrying them, making sure that mosquito doesn't bite them and all this rest, because we came across as infantile to them. And when our security forces say this sort of thing in the ears of a white person, they'll be like, "Oh my God!"
Paparas,
We're so happy.
let me throw in this thing so that, because it will also help our understanding of this issue. The U.S. has a couple of military bases in Africa. Yes, the one in Niger was dismantled, but they have a base in Cameroon. They have a base in Djibouti. Okay. And they have other locations that support these bases outside Africa. And they are highly, very mobile. Now, they have in Germany, AFRICOM, the headquarters of AFRICOM is in Germany. But it's very, very mobile. Now, what happens is that those locations, apart from the fact that they are countries that are not where they are located, they are countries that are not anti-America, but they are specifically positioned strategically in a way to be able to deal with threats. So if you look at the distribution, the way they distributed it, it is strategic to deal areas where they feel that they are, where they are likely to get, where they are anti-US feelings, anti-US
sentiment.
Anti-US sentiment.
Yeah. So yes. So they are strategically distributed there. Now, they are proactive because they know that they have identified in this area, in this area, and these are areas that we are likely, that we have not likely, that we know that we have threats. We know. And anything can come up there. So we have to survey, we have to have intelligence, we have to, map out those areas, and then we have to keep an eye on them, and then keep down a steady force that can strike, as soon as possible when there's the need for it. And then, of course, you get support services, from other places, depending on the magnitude of the threat. Now, that is because there's a visible threat. The US doesn't position itself in places where you have US forces in South Korea positioned there. You have in Japan.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I'm saying. They use those forces to contain China.
Yes, and they talk about the South China Sea, which is very, very important to them. Now, so you will find out that those things are dictated by the threats that they feel in those areas. That's why. So
I understand that for what you are saying. In other words, they are kind of what they call it, deploy their forces based on where they can make the most impact against sentiments that are against their own interests. So that's how they position, which is the right thing to do. But to do that, you have to have a security posture that projects your this in power and outside. Our own situation is the opposite. Remember, America goes out of its way to create some of all these threats because they perceive this stress as being people that are opposing their national growth interests. Like now, what we are facing in Nigeria, where we are right now, we are facing a kind of, if you want to, for want of a better word, we are being attacked. Because if, say, you are part of a group, and that group that you are having meeting with, you know, in Nigeria, they have all these social meetings, and people put money together. And everybody, when they are giving them money, they will give this one 10,000. And the next time they want to give money, they give the other people 10,000. But when it comes to your turn, they give you 10 naira. Is that not an attack on you? You see, because now all those people are going to progress, you are not going to progress, and sooner or later, the consequences will come on you. So my point is that I'm just trying to highlight the situation, because what Tony is saying is not taking into account of the reality of our situation, that what we are in right now is not a normal state to exist. This is not a normal way to exist. We are in a bad state of affairs where we are getting weaker and falling behind more and more by the day. We have been defeated and we are under attack repeatedly. We may not have been invited to the conflict. It's not a hot conflict, but it's already bad. If America was facing anything close to our economic situation, they will consider the declaration of war immediately. Why? Because they understand that being in this position that we are in right now is a defeated position, and it's a war that will put them in that position. So I'm trying to let you understand that if you are not seeing that our position is bad, it's actually that bad that we are at war, but it may not seem hot to you because the evidence is not very clear. And that is also because you've bought into the narrative that America should be strong and why we should be weak. We should be like this. Somehow our existence like this is normal. It's not normal. It's
No,
not
that's not my logic. I you know
Tony,
okay,
Tony, I beg, make I tell you if you don't mind.
Okay. Go ahead.
Who I go first teach? Shina you have been at Jide.
God. You want to start a fight immediately.
Let me start with Jide. You know my guy. Jide, when you said that the Americans are lying when they say that China's are threats, it's as if you don't understand how the geopolitics, how the world really works. Right?
No, I'm equating it to when they say Iraq has weapon of mass destruction. Does Iraq has weapon of mass destruction? It was just kind of like a phrase. I'm not. You probably understand what I'm saying, right? It was a metaphor that they are lying. I was trying to make a metaphorical statement.
Okay, but they are not lying. But they are not lying though. You know why I said that? Because you have to look back history. Right? How the Spanish still lost their world hegemony, how the Dutch still lose, how the British still lose. The Americans don't want to repeat the same mistake. Now, what do I mean? Part of the key arm race that led to the First World War was because Germany was becoming stronger, military-wise, Japanese at the same time. Now, how does this happen? When the US Navy go threaten Japan that they have to open up, that is when the Japanese ruling council say never again. They will never allow this humiliation to happen again. They begin to build their armory. What followed after that? Conquest. They invaded South Korea. Then go after the Taiwan. So they crash for Hawaii. When I mean they crash, the Japanese, the American, the British, and the Germans. Now, I don't know if you know this. At one point, Queen Victoria had about 3 of her sons. One be the Tsar of Russia, one day child of Germany, one day where you did so. At one point, she had kids. So now she complete for Germany because Germany came late into the game of colonization. Talking about why I thought say China betrayed, right? So when them do their military finish, what next? Then they begin to hack for the courts because they came late to the game. That's why their portion of the Africa they very small. the Tanzanians and the rest of them because they came late to the game. Even the Berlin for 1845 that everybody's talking about, Germany was not a state at that time. Germany never get independence at that time when they sit down for Berlin.
A kingdom of Prussia. I know this.
So they were very late into the game.
But if you listen to me before now, I've always said it. I talked about the Wolfowitz doctrine that no country should ever economically compete with the US. That country will be snatched. I've said this before. I was just making a metaphorical statement.
No. I understand, but no, not be just you. They talk. People they always talk. I want talk how China take be trade and tie it to what Tony is not getting about this. So why to Nigeria is always say we should build the military. We need to build our military first. Because so when you don't get power like that, you say we won't have the cut of the world king because that's what the Japanese they say. We're not just going to build our military. We too have to go into the world and get whatever that the British Empire, the European empires are getting. That's how they venture into the conquest. The German the same time. But where he can't hook now, that's Hawaii, right? The British people, because at the end of the territory first, they no one made Germany get them because yes, they allowed Germany to get some few territory from Africa, from Asia, and all that and there. But at the same time, they are scared. They are scared because before that First World War, the battle was between always French and the British, right? So at one point, the British had to make alliance with Germany, right? Thinking that it will be since they just they are the kids on the block, it will help them finish the French people. But the rate where the German take the develop is getting too out of control. If British build one ship, German go build two. The British people have to go three. So it can't become a competition. So when the American finally show up and take Hawaii from both Japanese and the Dutch, they were happy. Because even up to today, the British flag, see they get signature for Hawaiian flag. So that's to tell you, just because of the rise of the German military and the Japanese military, literally 60% of what caused Second World War. Because if you look at the way they take descent on these two people, right? French, as soon as they kill that king if everybody begin to invade Russia, what did the British and the French did? They defend on Germany immediately, right? Now, how that one take happen to Nigeria take come into the conversation? If you look regionally, there are only two countries in the continent of Africa that has the potential to build to front regional power. That's Nigeria and South Africa. If we don't know this one, the masters of mankind, those that run the world, understand this from day one. They know that tomorrow, 100 years from now, if there's any country at all that has the capability to lead Africa regionally, economically, whatever you want to take, is South Africa and Nigeria. So that alone is enough for you to build your military. And if you pay attention to our brothers in the north, Arewas and go the co-intelligentials, they understand this concept. That's why if they don't win the ideological control of the country, you go see what will happen. They will go for that immediately.
I agree with you on our politics. In addition to what you said, I've always said that Nigeria as a country, if any revolution will happen in Nigeria, it will happen in the north. If there's any revolution that will happen in Nigeria, it will happen in the north. But that's
so the crime of the Chinese is that the next stage of the nation state, because there are 5 stages: get your freedom, empower yourself economically, military, project power regionally, and the world is at your playground. That's how America did it, right? Stage by stage. So the stage where the Chinese there now has what it takes to dominate the Asia economically. Forget all this military America, economically, because that's what matters. If they dominate that part of the world economically, it's just a matter of time before America economically they will decline. Because the next wave of economic growth of the planet Earth is in that part of the world right now. The next 100 years, the focus economically is going to be around the South China Sea and the rest. Europe is their time not past, our time not, but that's the focus. So the Americans understand that if country of 1.4 billion people can't economically dominate that region of how many billion people with India and everybody, it's over now. So just like as Nigeria said, you have to strike first because you know you can win. If they no strike now, they wait for the next 50 years, it's over. It doesn't matter if you get military for everybody, your military might not be able to do it because the technology be something else. So they say they be world police. They understand, they know who they raise head, right? They know where money to go. Why is money coming to this place? If Nigeria begin to build their military, as Nigeria is talking about, right? On one hand, they go no because our money
that, you know that Atlantic Ocean will connect to that Lagos Lagoon. You go, you say
yeah.
they go military for
So they go know because all the money where you go take the build or this thing, they go know. And again, it still go back to waiting that video where you first play about the 70s and the 60s, right? When regionals they control their money resources. What were we building? They are building Ajakuta steel. They are building Alaja steel. That is the foundation of building your military, right? If you want to give your own military, you want to build your own weapon, you have to have a steel mill. And that is where and now Russia and the APOs they do them. Right? That's why America said, no. We have to accelerate the transfer of this country to under their control before it get out of hand. That's the downward of Ajakuta steel. Today, it don't get ahead again. So all these things, once you understand them, you don't get choice unless you know one grow. Even Tony said talk at the beginning of his submission that now when him begin, advance economically, family, him begin say, security is very important too. Imagine say you know quick realize. You don't get 4 wives, you don't get 13 children, right? So imagine if you actually realize that follow Nigeria logic. Say in your teenage age, you don't get that second man. I need to secure myself anyhow. You understand? It will be a different ballgame entirely. But as a country, as humongous as we are, with population and everything, and whether with poverty or not, we will keep growing. We will continue to grow.
Now,
So
what they always go on.
as soon as our leadership class put their foolishness aside, then they realize that their survival, regardless of their ideology, they will need to survive, that their survival depends on their freedom. That will be a game changer.
Yes,
and that time we say go get a lot of. You say we don't get enemy because we don't get enemy as they told you they talk because our leadership class are puppets. They can't say no. If they say don't invest your military, you say no, they take you out. So that they fear. So once you are obedient, you don't go get problem. Anybody will get obedient, they get problem. But you go get problem as soon as that talk. They will, as Jide talk, they will use you as proxy. And once you are being used as proxy, one day, according to
look at what
they
they
will
did in
forget.
Ukraine. Look
And
at
once they
what
forget
they
you,
are doing in Ukraine.
once they forget you, they
for
will descend on
Ukraine.
you.
Now, why they always talk, say, even right now, we are at war. And right now, we are in war in 2 fronts.
Yes. And if you want to follow...
It's unfortunate that our elites, they are actually perpetrating that war against us, but they don't know. Or maybe they know. That's why I keep saying that. Maybe they don't care.
Yes. Even the Americans will tell you.
Or they don't just know, they're just being stupid.
Yeah, but I begin to think that our elites
let me submit. The Americans themselves, they will tell you, right? It is dangerous to be our enemy, but it's more fatal to be our friend.
I agree 100%.
Now them talk now them they talk They go change that for you once the goal low.
All those countries that they focus on. Cuba,
how the Europeans
Iran.
Today?
Look at Cuba, Iran, all those countries. When they collect money from IMF and World Bank, look at their healthcare, look at their infrastructure, better than our own.
Because of China, America don't forget Europe. Europe of all places. America ready to put them under the box.
I think I'm beginning to think that because I've had so many top Nigerians, not just Tony, top Nigerians, even military brasses, even our generals, they even say these things sometimes. They're like, we are not like other people that have threats, so we don't have to.
You know, they're Tony in America now. We are all American educated, so now we will talk. You want making he's a security man now. You cannot say otherwise. So maybe you understand, Tony.
maybe that's what
diplomatic. It's been diplomatic. I know. He knows. He's not.
I'm not holding that against him. I'm saying that the that the way many Nigerians think is the way. So it means it is the way he is thinking. It's not like it's like a kind of trying to say that
Because
it's a bad thing.
Naija,
That he's
because
singing like, no,
it,
it's a bad thing that he's singing like that. But sorry, I'm just trying to get something out
no,
here.
it's all about his
Not saying that it's
brainwashing
unusual.
now.
Yeah, it's just it's the awareness that is
Yes.
because a colonel was on, I think, on this platform, said exactly similar stuff. He said, "We don't have any enemies around." I'm like, you know,
You
we
for
were
ask am,
literally
eh?
colonized.
You for ask am. You for ask am. Say how many barrels? You for ask am how many barrels would they really produce of oil, and how many would they really they fit take account? Make him tell you, but I ain't go know. He know, but I ain't go really tell you. Because those there are some legit barrel where they go America, go England, go New everywhere directly that they watch out. But I don't go tell you.
Let me share something with
That is a
Tony.
threat on his own.
Just to show Tony. So the reason why one of the areas that I found, this one is incidental because my whole focus was we needed to get Nigeria to at least international standard of security posture. Not anything, but now you begin to see. Tell me whether this is not the principle that America is following. Machiavelli's prescription for a prince, in other words, rulers, is that he asserts that a prince's sole duty, only duty, is not to worry about the economy and all the rest, is to master the art of war and its discipline. Nothing else matters. And then he goes on to say, he argues that this knowledge is essential for both acquiring and maintaining power, as a prince must be capable of both defending his territory and expanding it. The focus on war is not limited to military strategy, but extends to all aspects of government, including diplomacy and internal affairs, as a prince's ability to command respect and obedience lies in his perceived power, which is often demonstrated through military strength. Over and over again. And this guy, when we say this is guy that was in, I don't need to tell Tony about it. Tony is well versed on these things, so he knows what happened during the period of enlightenment, what happened in Europe during that period. These are people that they are the ones that created the strategy all these Western powers are using. That resulted in
make I ask us one question, all of us. Let's say in the next 100 years, America lose the power, China, then we Nigeria get that together, we become really independent, and we are flourishing. Do you think there will be somebody or any group of people that will come up and say what the Americans use USAID did to us is amount to genocide or war or humiliation for like 60 years that they've been with us? Do you think that somebody will come out and raise that one day and say never again we will allow this thing to happen? They will not classify that era, that 60 years of USAID with us, as year of humiliation, just like the way the Chinese are doing now. Do we see that one day in our future? Somebody will bring it up.
I think if we classify
because that's
that,
what it is.
if we do, it's going to seem like we are not aware of our history, because the Chinese started from the beginning. They went from when they were first humiliated. When we were first humiliated was when we were colonized. That's when the humiliation happened.
Yeah, but because we are not in a position to talk the story, to challenge anybody now. That's what I'm saying. Maybe somebody is putting the record down and said Boko Haram, all those things now, because now humiliation that they humiliate us. Either we will blame our leaders for that, for anything that happened to us, or we will blame the international company, something.
Are the Chinese blaming international people? They are saying year of humiliation, 100 years of humiliation. They know who is doing it, but they could have said a Western 100 years of humiliation, but they just said 100 years of humiliation because they are looking at it from their point of view that we were humiliated and we need to stop it. It doesn't matter whether
it serves as their inspiration.
Yes. They looked at it as, okay, we have to get our act together. We can never let this happen again. The Japanese really beat the life out of them, and the Japanese were just causing trouble, and they were like, no way, we're going to allow this happen again. This small country almost finished us.
You know how many tons of opium British legally throw away, give them, we destroy them. You are not talking about that. How many people opium kill?
Yeah.
The opium war. So now British and America they do now.
Very wicked. When they discovered that the British and Americans were doing that, they caught them selling the opium. Then they destroyed the opium. Guess what the Western powers did? The monarch of England said, the Chinese have to pay for the opium that they damaged. Can you imagine? You are coming to sell contraband in a country that you are not allowed to do that. They told you as part of the treaty that you're not supposed to do. Then after they destroyed it, then you tell them that they need to pay for it. Why do you think you have the power to do that? Because you have more military power. Exactly.
Yeah.
This is a blackmail. This is what they call blackmail.
Forefathers. You know, this Machiavelli theory that you have been posting, you said it yesterday and I just laughed. You know, it's a political thought that has come under serious criticism. You know that it's a school of thought, and not everybody shares that. No, not everybody shares that political thought. Have you read Bertrand Russell's categorization of the prince?
No, I haven't. So what is it? What are his criticisms?
Sorry. What do you call him again?
Bertrand Russell. He's one of those he's a philosopher. He's a Nobel
what's the
laureate.
book name? What's the book name? Is it categorization of?
He called Machiavelli's The Prince a handbook for gangsters.
But that's why they run the world now. That's what run the world. Gangsters.
Okay, hold on.
Exactly. I know there is no way you can dispute something that is manifesting in the real world itself.
Okay, what I'm saying is his own political thought, just like you have all other kinds of political thoughts and philosophies, So it's not an absolute truth. It's just his own thinking. He says the end justifies the means. Some people don't believe that the end justifies the means. Some people believe that the means justifies the end.
Yeah, so if you are going to talk about the winner now, who is winning? But who is winning though? Is the winner you are going to, just like capitalism is winning. So no matter how you disagree with them, they are winning.
No. That is an approach. Not everybody believes in Machiavelli. If you go to political, if you go to history of political thought, not everybody, just a study, just a discipline. Not everybody believes in it. No.
Yeah. Sorry. Let me just add.
But no one is playing out though.
It's not
people
just
are actually using it.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just a thought. There are certain thoughts that have gained weight because of evidence-based follow-up. Let's say, according to one guy, he always says, two sides can say the same, the opposing things. Your job is to check. Let's say somebody tells you that the sky is green, and some other person says the sky is blue. He says your job is to go outside and check whether the sky is blue.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of what will fit in as Machiavelli's policy. You grab it, you steal it, you run with it.
No, you see,
what are you talking about, man?
This is how Nigerians understand Machiavelli. I grew up in Nigeria where they were saying.
That's how the world works.
Because what that means is that the end, it doesn't matter how political power is not gotten a la carte. You have to grab it and steal it.
See, try to understand.
That's how it has been. It has been like that from recorded history.
Like that. No.
Give us example where power just come out of what, benevolence or what?
There is no one way. There's no one approach to getting power. It's not true. You can come through a coup. You can come through. You can contest election and win, fair and clear. So if you say that because Machiavelli,
no, that's election fair and fair.
If you say that because Machiavelli has said it, therefore that's how it should be.
Tony,
that's not right. That's not correct.
Tony, that's not how you see it. We are talking about what is actually being practicable from that Machiavelli's book, right? You just said something that I literally want you to give us example where election was conducted free and fair anywhere in the world.
Are you asking me? I mean, you should know the answer now. Are you saying that
I'm asking you now.
Hold on now.
It's a legit question.
Hold on now. What you are telling me? We have seen election in Namibia. We have seen the election in Botswana. I mean, in Mozambique. Sorry, not in Botswana. We've seen in Namibia. We saw in Kenya. We saw. I'm just using Africa, giving you from Africa.
Wait.
We saw in Malawi. What are you telling me?
We see in Nigeria too and America, if that's what you are saying.
Let me just respond to what Tony said about Machiavelli. I think we misunderstand Machiavelli a lot, and I don't think Machiavelli helped himself by not addressing that point. He's one of those people, just like that video I played about that general, that colonel in America. He left some things out from what he was supposed to say when he was doing his own thesis. So what he meant by acquiring power without caring about the means by which you acquire power is because his focus was on the greater good in terms of the governance of the people. If you notice what he said, he never said he should be cruel to the people. He just wants the leadership to settle, gain power, and rule. That's all he cares about. So he thinks about that. So he's not for one of the things he preaches against is don't be unpopular to your subjects because it's going to lead to instability. So if you have to do cruel things to make sure there's stability, do it, because generally people will get on with their lives while that is happening. They will not have disruptions. That he even preached against being too nice, because if you have been too nice, but it leads to you being unpopular. Let's say you give the people a lot of money and you decide to just distribute money to the people, then later on the country goes into debt. Then they will hate you and lead to a revolution and destabilize society. That is wrong. He would rather you are stingy and mean to the people.
You are spot on. There's two examples right now. America and China. Right? The Chinese will tell you the problem with democracy is the definition. Right? Once you have power and you use it to benefit the people, that's what counts. How you get the power that's what Machiavelli is saying. But what is the power is used for? America will say now the people choose their leaders, right? The Chinese people say no. Group of people come together, take over power, and guess what? Who is benefiting from the leadership as we speak today? It's obvious. The Chinese people generally who did not line up to vote for their leaders are getting the benefit of what democracy is all about than where people line up and vote for their leaders. So in what exactly what you just said, which is what we're trying to say about Machiavelli, it's not about how you actually get the power. Right? If Tinubu is doing well by us, we're not going to complain, say grab the running and do well, right?
And he's correct, actually. He's correct. People don't care how you get into power. It's whether you rule well and you left a good legacy for them. That's what people tend to care about. And this is what Machiavelli glimpsed. And that's the reason why people mention him as the father of modern political science is because he distilled all the stuff that used to be under religious morality. He just threw all of them out and said, what really matters to the people? Because he saw the hypocrisy in it all. Even when they say morality, in reality, they're not moral. They are busy burning people on the cross and burning people on the stake and drowning people because they think they are witches and all kinds of different things. So
they were killing because they will know they will go and rest with Jesus Christ in heaven.
Exactly. So he saw the face of society, and he might actually be more humanitarian than people like to think, because he never said be mean to the people themselves. He never did. What he focused on is take power, be strong for your nation, so that the people can live a good life. That is what his focus was. And he never said make your people's life hard. He never said that. And I think people misunderstand Machiavelli because of the morality aspect, where he said it shouldn't matter too much about the cruelty you do to gain power. Because that is about the top.
Donald Trump administration are saying, you know their motto? Peace through strength. Just listen to their Secretary of State. We are going to govern with peace through strength, both outside and inside. Because as we speak today, they don't send National Guard to LA because of protests. They say there is no time. They are sending active military guys to go and stop protests. Peace through strength. He said it's the people that matter. If the governor of that state cannot bring peace, I will use the federal might to bring peace for the people. But everybody, the Democrat, that's the tyranny. But the people need peace to flourish. Not be everything you go to
need
protect.
peace. People just need peace. And it's always been the truth of it from ancient times, really. Kings, when they rule and they maintain peace, people forget that those kings are also cruel. They killed a lot of people. They executed a lot of prisoners. Some of them innocent. Nobody knows. But because there was peace and prosperity, people will forgive anything. Look at Stalin. Russians should never forgive Stalin. This guy caused the death of more than 40 million. I think he was one of the most consequential leaders in terms of the deaths that he caused. But yet, he's a hero. That shows you how correct Machiavelli is in his approach to these things. And this is what makes him correct. This is why I said, don't believe me. Don't believe anybody. Believe
Stalin
your own
is
eyes.
not a hero in Russia. Stalin is not a hero in Russia.
Okay, let me check. Let
No,
me ask now.
maybe for you.
No, not for you. Stalin. Let me check now. If Stalin, maybe you're right. Maybe Stalin considered a hero.
No, now the percentage of people that consider me a villain or a hero, now you go check the percentage. Because of course, some people go like that, some people go hate them.
Yeah. Let me see, because you see this question normally they will use this and answer the question, but even in here they say, oh, let me see. They hailed him as a hero in terms of this in the BBC, this thing, but some people will call him this thing. But let me see, he's only considered a hero in Russia since the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Stalin has retained a degree of popularity. So he's always retained a degree of popularity. Most people don't see him as a despot. So Tony, you actually think that Russia
for the fact that we are talking about him today after many years, that means it is something, something good.
They don't see him as a despot. Let me see where I can use, because this Google is trying. Because I think Google sometimes they don't want to be praising people like Stalin on. After all,
No. You are dodging something. Read what's in Google right there. Read it. What did Google write?
Don't catch him. Don't catch him.
Look at that. You see, Tony has joined the crowd now. He's now welcome to the crowd of the Roforofos. Now he thinks I'm trying to defeat him. He's like, I'm trying to deceive him. I'm not trying to deceive him. Look at the result here. He says since Stalin has retained a degree of popularity in some of post-Soviet states, particularly Russia and Georgia. You see what I mean? That is not a false statement. He's got statues to him. Chairman Mao, that caused the death of over 50 million in China, is still honored. These are facts, and this is why I'm saying to you, this is Tony, that don't believe me. Just check it yourself. Check it yourself, because if you had checked it, you would have found out that Stalin was popular. You didn't check it. You just assumed.
This speaks to what we said earlier on about a leader that will come and convince 20-25% of Nigeria that it will take 10 to 15 million sacrifice for us to gain our total freedom, right? Let's say that happen. Some people will see, and we actually get that freedom and started our industrialization. People will see him as hero. Why some people will look at those millions that were lost and say, he's a villain, just like Ojukwu, right? Some people present like hero because, but once some people look at the 3 million people plus that died, they will say, nah, that guy make a wrong move. So that kind of sentiment will always be.
And that's the kind of that's the kind of people Machiavelli hates. If you don't succeed, Machiavelli doesn't like you if you are a failure. He always says that he's against leaders that are unpopular. He doesn't like it. He says,
did you see what someone posted there? How you fell in love with Machiavelli from day one?
Yeah, I know now. This guy is this thing. You see, the thing is, I can show you videos when I started posting videos from 2001 or 2002. You see that I've always been on the security aspect. Even before I found out about Machiavelli. I found out Machiavelli about last year, actually, or maybe late last 2 years. I brought it on the show. I said, I can't believe what this Machiavelli just wrote, because I've been talking about it in the context of the African situation, where Machiavelli categorically said security comes first. He didn't even put economy. He didn't even concern himself about economy. He said security, law and order. Then he said, without security, you can't even get law and order. So he put security at the top.
Let me read what AI said about Stalin. Joseph Stalin's popularity in Russia is complex and divided. Some Russians view him as a strong leader who played a crucial role in World War II and industrialized the Soviet Union. A recent example is the erection of a monument to Stalin in Moscow metro, which sparked debate among Russians. Some, like Yevgeny Ivanov and Kirill Frolov, welcomed the monument as a tribute to Stalin's achievement, citing his role in World War II and industrialization. However, others strongly condemn Stalin's regime for overseeing mass repression, forced labor camps, and man-made famine that resulted in the deaths of millions of Soviet citizens. The Moscow branch of the liberal Yabloko Party protested against the monument, calling it a return of symbols of Stalinism and a demanding commemoration of the victims instead. Key perspectives on Stalin's popularity in Russia. Supporters view Stalin as a strong leader, led the Soviet Union to victory in World War II, industrialized the country, transformed the Soviet Union into a superpower. Critics condemn Stalin's regime for one, mass repression and forced labor camps, man-made famine and human rights abuses, authoritarian leadership style. Overall, Stalin's legacy remains deeply contested in Russia, reflecting the country's complex history and ongoing debates about its past.
But Tony, what you just read, so that is pretty much every nation now. America use slaves build their country. Chinese are using cheap labor as you can to build their economy. The British, when I ain't rampaging every other person, so now normal thing, somebody have to do the needful and take the heat, the glory, and the other side of it. But to Nigeria, what will you say of? I think Gaddafi and Libya speak to the topic of today, right? Gaddafi, in a way, you can say they're economically. The country was doing, the citizens were doing good, but he was late to the game of harming himself to point of having a nuclear weapon, and that ends his life and the prosperity of the country at the same time.
Yeah. Was that a question or a statement?
No, I'm just saying, speak to what you are. I think it backs your own point up. With building the economy first or the military, right? They build their economy, they failed to build the military first, and they paid for it. Why Iran are there, right? Iran are, you can say they are close to having a nuclear weapon.
Iran and North Korea is still standing. They are not going anywhere. All the people that backed off, they are gone. This in Libya was like, oh, let me make nice with the West. They are gone.
Yeah.
Saddam Hussein was disarming himself. They are gone. So it's just. Let me deal with this.
It's a case of survival, survive and strive, or survive and remain perpetual, just useless.
You are dying slowly. They are dying slowly. You know, Americans. I was listening to this American lady that was making a speech. She gave a clear reasoning why they use sanctions. These people are clever, you know. They know they are destroying a nation when they put sanctions. They are destroying slowly. So, but let me just read about Stalin and how Russians perceive him. The last poll that they did showed that 70% of people in Russia view his rule as positive. That's how they saw his rule. And 57% see him as a great leader. So these are plural numbers. He's over 50%. I'm not even sure many leaders in the West have that kind of.
You see, Tony and AY have one thing in common. Tony run come Obodo Igbo for security reasons, to be secure to survive. Let me can run come. AY knows anything left for village.
Okay, not them.
You were security conscious, that's why you left.
No, that's not it. That's not it. You see, if you want to know, I have 3 kids here who are in they graduated from the university. Some of them are doing their postgraduate, double postgraduate. As a matter of fact, I came here not because of any security pursuit. If I stayed in Nigeria, I would be better off, because my people are the people who are ruling now. But I'll be very, very better off because I was making money. So I didn't run away because of security.
Why?
I'm a family person.
AY
I'm a
left
family
village.
person.
AY knows anything remain for village. You know, in chance of getting two wife go hard. So America will give her, he go make enough money, go back, marry for. But you say you're a family man. You are still talking about the same
Yeah.
thing. That the security of our family is come first. That's why you move.
No, well, you may be right, because I could have stayed back. I could have stayed back, but
You
I
choose
have never
what you
stayed
did
away from
there,
my
what
family.
you did, your actions speak to supported the two Nigeria. You choose security over economy, the flourish of your economy. Because you say you would have been better off if you did Nigeria. You know that.
Yes.
But you say no, but security is important, so you move.
Wow.
No. Now wealth creation. No. Not the
Tony,
security.
But it's a good
No,
thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing.
Tony, did you
Everybody will
say
do that.
that? I didn't catch you
Everybody
no,
will
say
do
that
that.
though.
nothing
Wow.
pursue me.
No,
Nothing pursue me
I
there.
know. You just want your family
Now,
to survive.
wealth
You know?
creation. Now wealth creation. So now economy, not be security.
Wow. So
Oh
so I
man.
think it is settled. It is settled based on evidence that we say well, I really think Machiavelli deserves a little bit of a kind of image makeover, because even when I was growing up, I see him as somebody that just supports people like Babangida, because Babangida was very associated with Machiavellian principle, like he's deceptive, he's doing all these things. That's what people think Machiavelli is. But in reality,
He's a gangster.
To
He's
Nigeria,
a
I think
gangster.
Tony's argument is that
he's not a
I think
gangster.
the world could be a better place, that we can actually get government of the people and all that in a peaceful way. But unfortunately, our reality says a different thing, right? Machiavelli is more a reality.
The reason why you have wars and all kinds of things is because of gangsters like him, policies like him, Hitler and Napoleon
Let me,
Bonaparte, and
you are
all
blaming for
those
our gangsterism
gangsters.
now.
You know
Yes,
this able Pope
all
election
those
that rig
gangsters.
Have you heard of that,
You
Tony?
know,
They say Pope
huh?
election, this Pope, the rig am. The gangster
Now
close
you
one too.
sabi,
Are they gangsters?
now you sabi, now you know that one.
That-
Now you sabi that one. Now you sabi that one. Now you sabi that
I
one.
don't know how this American pope managed to make it there, but what are we gonna do? We have to.
Nah, the rigging be that.
So let's bring AY in. He tends to have unique views of these things. I think I have an idea of his view, but I'm not very clear.
Forefathers.
So yes,
Forefathers.
yeah.
You see, you are very, very partial, honestly. Why is it that everybody that, yeah, it's true.
How
Look
did
at
I
the
get
people that
partial
you have.
now?
Look at the people that everybody here. Why you bring only South people here? Are you quarreling with the Igbos?
They are choosing not to come in. That's the thing, that they are choosing not to come in.
Tony, look at them, man. He not go feel win this one. He not go feel win this one.
This one too much. These guys, all of them are very, very sharp people.
I heard that when they were attacking for father yesterday, I was laughing
Tony,
so
you know
hard.
why we be like, this? Because we get oil and we need to protect our oil. We have something to protect. And now
Passat
because
is
you don't get
listening.
oil, I don't know the meaning of protection.
Passat is listening. Don't let him come here.
What is this
You know
we are
the thing?
hearing about Paul Biya? Is that a fact? Because I didn't hear that there's a lot of fake news going around. But this Paul Biya, they are saying that he has fallen. Is that accurate? I don't know.
Isn't that cool?
But there's no news of it anywhere else other than on Twitter. When news is coming only from Twitter, I don't trust it.
Well, I have heard it. But let's see what goes on. We'll see. But why would he make news? 50 years, old man, can't walk, can't talk. It's not, it doesn't represent, African, what leadership should be in Africa. There's so many of them who are there who should go. There are many of them.
Definitely.
They are the real problems. And I wonder why Cameroon would let that thing go on for a long time.
Now who control the gun? Now who they control gun get power? Now government
It's not just
control
50
gun.
years. It's not just 50 years. He was deputy to Ahijo.
Wow.
So if you add the
At
number
what
of years
age?
to that 50,
At what age?
eh?
Was it in his 20s? I be in his 30s when he was deputy.
No, no. They schemed Ahijo out. They schemed the French schemed Ahijo out and brought him in. He was Ahijo's deputy vice, and then he came in there thinking that he's going to be a better person, but he's worse than Ahijo.
But you have to give it to the French people, though. Now French people put them for there like that, and then they keep her there for this long. So you have to give it to them.
Some
For
of
50
them are
Can
staying
years.
in power for too long. Even
Yeah,
Rwanda
but the reason why I
president, he
don't
has
think
stayed
that
in
it
power
is
for
true is
too long.
because sorry. The reason why I don't think that it is true is because many of the YouTube websites or pages where they talk say it seems to be narrated by AI. I
If
don't
no
trust
major, yeah,
all
if
the
no
AI.
major news, carry
Yeah,
on, then just forget it.
yeah, they tend to be fake. A lot of fake news
But
going on.
again, I think this Cameroon issue, Tony, I think it speaks to what Jide was talking about Nigeria being a proxy, right? Because Nigeria actually, if you organize boys, go take their out now. If they won't do all this way with the Abacha, all this
Yeah,
Abacha, all this Babangida the power, they would have done it.
they've not
But
been able to take their own
because
out.
of no, for real, which now boys you could just say go there, go take go
To be
do
fair
this now.
though, Nigeria doesn't interfere with his neighbors much. I don't
That
think
is
Nigeria does.
Yeah, he speak to what Jide was saying. Jide was on point when he was talking about we in a proxy state, right? They are using us to either sabotage or maintain some kind their evil regime across it. But now that's what we
Nigeria,
are useful for. That's what we are useful for.
they bully Yaya Jammeh out of power now. What are you talking about?
So those
No,
are now the
yeah,
people we
Jammeh
dey
won. He was refusing to to
say.
stand
So
up from office. That's the
No,
problem.
he rigged the election. He rigged the election, and
To be
he
fair,
didn't want to go.
I think it's a
He
fair point
rigged.
because Bia is the same thing like Yahya Jammeh. I don't see what the difference is. Or is it that Bia is winning the election? So Nigeria didn't intervene. I really think that if Nigeria was making sure these next door neighbor countries are behaving, maybe Nigeria will be better. But I don't see them causing trouble for Nigeria, though. I don't see Cameroon.
because they are not in position now, they don't get anything on it compared
No,
to
who said?
Nigeria.
Okay,
No,
who said?
no.
When
See,
you
no,
were
on a more
fighting for
serious.
Bakassi, they beat you people silly. They beat your
No,
soldiers. They were running. They formed the uniform.
Look at that.
passenger ambition. Now, all those. See, on a serious note, all these Niger, all those now boys from Borno they study their presidents now. All they check him at them. No, for real. They check him at them. No, I'm serious. They check him at them. And then they produce the president of all these Niger, these small West African country. Then we get Nigeria get that much. If all these boys get money now. That they spend them on us. Which is they use the money do. They use that the project. You know the kind of influence where Atiku get for South Africa in terms of at the government level. Like they get the way power all these our
Yeah.
boys. Not just because they are bidding the will of America to, you understand that they use them. America they use them to exercise that influence. That's why you see say they try around. All of them they build their family, they abroad all those things. Why do you think that is? If they are not in the good record of the CIA, you know if you go thief money, go buy anything for America now. I lie. You can't do it unless you are a good boy. You must be a good boy for able to do that. So that is when Jide was saying about proxy, it was on point because that's why we are just. If not, we have power. We feel project power. If we get freedom, it not going to take us anything to run the whole West African country now. To actually annihilate them, project power all over them. It won't take us anything.
But I think it's late, though. I think it's late, in all honesty.
I don't think it's late. So if the Islamic movement get power,
For
it's very
Nigeria to
easy. They
have
go link up with
control
their
of the West Africa.
no.
Why? Hold on.
AY.
Why does he think he's? Have you tried to find out why he thinks it's too late? Why do you think it's too late?
So before now, a lot of West Africa countries, they used to give that respect to Nigeria. They used to look up to Nigeria because in some way we were also supported and they were benefiting. But now, even with what happened with the AES, right? So they tend to have more. We kind of like show our weakness that they've seen our weakness. Like, what the heck? Like, you can't tell me what to do anymore.
You know
so
why
what are you gonna do?
You know why? Those time when they respect us, Now, pretty much military they govern us that time, and military we are not in relationship with West and themselves.
Even
Abacha
when
they don't
OBJ
care.
was there, even when OBJ
Then
was there,
now OBJ now MB when they call CIA agent, now be the #1 agent now of the West
right,
now.
right.
So you understand. So what you are seeing is our presidents are becoming more subjected to West in the sense that they don't do anything without approval of West. So now what make those guys verse be that? Now, when I thought say it's not too late, the Islamic states where are they talk of? I believe it will happen, and if it happen, they have the connection to unite all the West African country. AY. All these boys, all these years. So if we have a strong Islamic ideologue leader who's
So
actually
that's your
projecting.
plan?
No, hold on. No, because see, we need somebody that will project power. I don't care who that person is.
Yeah, but it doesn't
Something
have
got
to
to
be
give.
Islamic now. It just has to be an African, a
No,
Nigerian.
because now the movement, now then they solid, now they understand how game works, now them they advance. You understand? That's why you see them in any area of power, they are there. They know what they are doing. I swear
So
to God,
are you sure that
if they can get the control of Nigeria with all this political weight, it could be easy to persuade all those Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, all that to join their economy together, especially with the
Yeah,
ideology. It's very
but the
easy,
thing
and
is
we'll
that
be better off.
but Oviedo, the thing is that most of nations that are Islamic, they don't rise beyond a certain point now, and no major
Of
power in the world
course,
that is
because
Islamic. Any major power.
technologically they are behind. That's the only thing. I say they are behind because now then they lead before. You know,
Yeah, but the last thing we need
technology.
is we make Africa Islamic. They invite another kinds of, because for one, China doesn't like it.
To
America
Nigeria.
doesn't like it. That's double trouble.
No, you are
As a matter of
see.
fact, Russia
Hold
doesn't
on.
like it. China
Hold on.
doesn't like it.
No.
Russia
See,
doesn't like it. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. No, hold on. China doesn't like it. Russia doesn't like it. India doesn't like it. Almost all the major powers in the world don't like Islamic empires.
no, but because
That's
all
the
this
mighty trouble.
power where they talk, are they not the other side of the IU? They are all Christian ideologue now. So what are you
No.
expecting?
Two of them are. One of them is Confucius. The other one is Hindu,
That is
and they
not still
don't like Islamic.
not the same competition. Do you think China today, if they're able to project their power that the way America do, they're not going to spread confusions?
Yes,
What are you talking
they
about?
will. But my point is that they don't.
Uh-huh.
You are saying that we should embrace Islamic. I'm saying
No,
that
hold on.
they are going to
You are not
unite
getting.
all of them against
Hold on.
us.
You are not getting my point. I'm not saying you should embrace. I say is the either you like it or not. If there's any ideologue, if there's any group of people that can project, that can take over the political structure of Nigeria, not that movement. I am not saying it. I'm just telling you what is playing out.
No,
So don't go into-
I don't think so. So my point is I'm seeing beyond that. I hear what you're saying, but I'm seeing
no,
beyond that.
fear.
If
Look
that
at the
happens,
West.
it could lead
Look
to
at
disaster.
no. Look at the West. The West. The only thing you get problem with them is if they don't have access to the economy as much as they want. Which would Saudi
Not
Arabia
only that
just
though.
see, just watch the next 10 years. What you go see between the UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia will become. You go for I don't tell you now say Europe will become third world country. It's not like they don't forget Europe. Those are the what's it called? Libya, this Islamic state for Europe. What's it called?
Turkey.
Turkey and Saudi Arabia are going to be the next superpower. No, be say when I mean superpower, Americans are going to actually empower the technologically that because they are ready to diversify. That's what America want, money. Once they can, why it is Saudi Arabia, they fit go with their religion, their tradition, everything they flourish. America no send. No, they no send because the understanding is there. It's about economy. America no really want anything. They can now when they no fit get access to your economy, that you are in trouble. Right? That's what if you look at the agreement that they're having with China now, the first leg of the agreement is that they have to open up. What do they mean open up? Google know they China, Facebook know most of their big companies are not in China, and there's a reason why. So Americans are pushing them to open up. Are they going to open up? Nobody
Yeah,
knows.
but the discussion is about my statement was about
Yes,
when you
I'm
said
saying
these
that.
Islamic
I am
ones
saying
are
that
going to
going
come over. If
forward.
they do, it could be problematic, serious
No,
one.
it is not going to be problematic because going forward, the West don't care how you govern yourself. Trust me, they don't care. They have already access to every aspect of your life with the latest technology. They don't care how you govern yourself. Right now, when you deny them access to your economy, that you have a problem. And I think for the fact that the UAE are not denying them access to their economy, Qatar is not doing that. United Arab Emirates is not doing that. I don't see if they are in charge of West Africa will do that. They go collaborate economically for government wise.
I think you on one layer you are correct when it comes to economy, but when it comes to strategic positioning in terms of the religious spread, and because China now they were happy with China when China was just developing but not a rival. When they start seeing that the power starts increasing, and because they see that if Nigeria goes Islamic, they will pull a lot of African countries into that column. That could be problematic for them, and
See,
they may not
China,
like that.
do you think China will survive America? Do you think they will survive the next 10 years? Economy with their economy power? No, they're not going
Of
to
course,
survive it.
they will survive. You don't
They're
just.
not going to survive them. I guarantee you that one. They're not going to survive them. Now me say war no go happen. Are you saying there's not going to be third world war?
No.
If they war no go happen, they go survive them.
I don't think there's going to be a third world war. As a matter of fact, what I mean by that is there's not going to be an all-out war.
No, it's not even going to be cyber as everybody is talking about. But the secret coming.
So there might be some hot war, like through Taiwan, but there's not going to be, because if
So,
they know too well, like they go nuclear, all hell is going to break loose.
the goal of America is to destroy the One Belt, One Road initiative economically. Cage them.
They won't be able. See, why are you saying they can do these
So,
things? America
okay,
has.
now hold on. If they
I'm
hold on,
even more worried about America in the next 10 years than I'm worried
hold
about
on,
China.
hold on. If they are not going to be able to cage them, that means China will win. They are not going to be two leaders in the world. I promise you that. Somebody got to win. It will only take time.
Then
Somebody
China
got
has
to
already
win.
won.
No.
Then China has already won. You see,
Oh
what you
my
are not
God.
seeing is that hold on, Ovie. Let me say this. What you are not seeing is that America has a big problem on its hands.
Which is
the demographic shift that is happening in America.
Like in what way?
Let me explain why I think it's big that many people don't keep paying attention to. I've asked myself this question and I will ask you again. Have you ever seen any country in this world, any nation in this world, where there was a demographic shift that happens peacefully? Where a majority population is replaced by a minority population, surpassed by a minority population peacefully.
I don't
Tell
understand.
me what. So let's say you have black people inside this country. People come inside the country. At first they were 10%. Later on they became 15%. Then they become this in 20%. Then later on they became 51%. Has that ever happened peacefully in the world that you remember? That you know of?
There's one thing you are mixing. You are missing in
That's
that
what America is facing right now.
No. You are missing one analogy.
Okay.
That there's no country that is as artificial like the United States on the planet Earth. Yes. What do I mean? What do I mean? Now these people come, clear the land, design them as they want them. Oh, you think they forget the way that they design them? So you say demography they shift. How you know? Nobody then tell you.
Okay. Yes.
Nobody then tell you. They go control them. So that is the system you are playing with. Every 15 years.
What are you telling me? Are you telling me they are lying about it?
No. And they tell you say they go see control them. Whatever
How are
it
you
takes.
going to say? Hold on. See,
make I tell you now. Make I tell you. When I say whatever it takes, when I use the analogy that they came to this land and clear them, do you know what I mean? They were history recorded. Hold on. History recorded it there about almost 30 million people living in the Americas. Under 400 years. Under 400 years. They no reach 100,000 again. So
now they are facing the same problem. You're not
understanding. Hold on. You are not getting it.
Okay. I'm not
Everybody where they here now, then bring and come.
We know that. Stop telling us something we know. Tell us something we don't know.
See, hold on. At the time that you go become a problem, They go see take you out the way that they bring you come. What are you
Oh,
talking about?
so in other words, hold on. Then you are coming back to my point. There will be conflict in America.
No. Yeah,
Or
but
so
no,
they're going to do
no,
it
you
paper.
see, there will always be conflict, but who is going to be the winner?
Yeah, but
Like,
you hold on. See. You agree with my point by you agreed with my point by agreeing with my point. I'm
no, but
saying that I'm concerned
yes,
about America more than I'm concerned about China because America
no,
dynamics going on in America can lead to upheaval in terms of conflict.
I agree with you. And I say, don't worry, because everything is artificial. Everything is put together. It's not organic. It's not natural. But just listen to me first. Since the inception of America, the first revolution that gave them the country that they have today, from that day on, two things they always happen. Every 50 years, they overhaul the socio-economic activities of the country. Every 50 years. Every 80 years, they change the structures of the country, the institutions of the country. So what you are seeing happening is the two taking place simultaneously. Guess what? Don't forget, say now these same people create what we have middle class, create a different class entirely called the African American people. Nothing like that existed in the world before. That's a good class of people. They put them there for a reason. So when I said they go change, when the drastic pandemic go still come, you don't know when only your people now go die. Is that a possibility?
If that happens, what happens with China?
No, wait now. Are they capable of doing it or not?
They are capable of doing anything, but my point is that
No,
America is
no.
facing a crossroad, and
Now
you are
look.
saying China is the one facing it. I'm telling you that America is the one. That is the original point. We don't want to go into another point.
Okay, look at
The
it.
original
Look at
point is
it
that
from this
America is the
way.
one
Look at
facing
it from
a
this way.
problem.
Hold on now. China na emerging power, right? You go against the American and decline power from your analogy. The
Yeah,
question
you
you
can
put
say that.
the question you put before yourself, who has more to lose and who has more to gain between the two of them? That's
America
how
has more to lose. China has less to gain compared to China. What America has to lose.
now, as somebody who has a very good history of the Cavaliers, right? Or you will know their history. What do you think is going to take them to lose all what they have to lose?
Which we will, the Americans, you mean?
Yeah, the people who has more to lose.
America,
How
America
far
is
will
a
they
very.
go to lose?
That's what I'm trying to get to. America is extremely, if you want to look at it from that point of view, based on the fact that they have been rewarded by violence, America is extremely a dangerous country to mess with right now. It's extremely dangerous.
Thank you. You
And
can't have 150 in your military in 150 countries, and you will lose
Forefathers,
without using it.
forefathers, can you
yes.
withdraw that statement, forefathers?
So Tunanja,
Because you're in the USA, you're scared.
with the people that you understand very well, there will be stupid. I'm sure you will not put your money that they will stand and watch all that 150 military everywhere to just go and lose their whatever they have to lose. No, they will go to war. That's why I say Third World War is here. If you
Oh
believe China will
no.
win, that's what will bring the Third World War.
Sorry, hold on. America is not going to fade into oblivion. History has suggested that. You see, this is the thing about what Stalin achieved, and sometimes when I said that I'm willing to sacrifice to make Nigeria a superpower. You go back 2,000 years ago, the powers that existed 2,000 years ago are still strong today. That should tell you something how long the
Like
powers
what?
of nations
Like
last.
Spain? Like Spain?
From Greece,
It's Greece.
Spain, this in Rome, all of them, they are still decent nations today.
But
Every
that's what
single
we
one
are.
of them.
See, Tunanja, I know they agree with you. I'm just telling you what is going to cause them before they go give up. Third World War will cause them to give up. Because that's it to get to that point. They will have to lose at the battlefield. They will not give up.
This is why I said America needs war counseling. They need to go and sit on the couch and have discussion on how to calm their temper and aggression. Because
It gets
these
something
people
where I
are going
want.
to take us into a third world war. They are in a bad mood
There's
right
something
now.
you did not pick on my submission, which is they came to this land, they clear it. Bros, Do you know what it means to clear your own continent of people that used to be there and reduce them to nothing? You don't get soul. You ready to give anything for your survival, my guy. That's what it means. Guy, 30 fucking million people. Just ask yourself.
I don't
That's
know.
like,
I don't know
what do
why.
you
I don't know. I don't know why forefathers has a problem with that because he believes in Machiavelli. That's Machiavelli.
no, but
You
to
should like
Niger,
it.
So I don't say I have a
to
problem with that.
Niger,
That's I have a problem with that. I'm
to
saying
Niger,
that America's anger and America's thirst for conflict could endanger the entire planet
that's
because
what
it's
gave
going to
birth to
result
them.
in
Now, waiting
in a
bond,
nuclear
that's
war.
what brought them to life. That's how they came to life.
Yeah, but see, my
They
point is
flee,
that
hold
France,
on. They flee
okay,
violence. They flee violence, but they started with violence.
yes,
You understand that
yes,
your logic? So
yes.
see, what I expect you to be more concerned about. How are you sure 500 years from now we go they never wipe they no go wipe us out?
Ask Tony now. Tony thinks that if we don't have,
so
Tony
no,
is the
because you talk
expert
of
in
China, you
that.
think the China are good.
Tony,
China,
Tony has a
see,
suggestion on how we are going to survive in
see,
500 years time.
nobody good. British came with civilization. Now they take get us. America came with democracy. Now they take us. China will come with development. Now they go take get us. So nobody is good. Now only when you free, you go good. You do your own too. You say you go that way. So they think the way they try. No, forget what China will do to you or America do to you. This fight where they go on so is it will change the world for better for worse. It is not going to end up
I think China has already won
peaceful.
it. That has already been decided. China has won it. I think the reason why America is lashing out now, they are hoping that China is going to take the bait and fight. Why would China take the bait? China has been more
You know,
mature before now.
no,
Why would they fall?
hold on. You know why country they get war? Why country they go war? Once you discover new technology, you go to war. So the question I'll ask you: do you know the technology where America don't discover, develop before they start this war? Do you know it? Because now they start the
No.
war. Exactly. So why you country China
No,
don't win?
they don't need to declare because China is see and America is seeing its decline. As a matter of fact, China has hypersonic missiles that America
To
hasn't
Nigeria,
even declared
I
their
ask you
own.
one simple question. Every war since World War One, now that technology. Now one
Yes.
country will go discuss. So now where America don't start up, did you know what they have in store? Nobody
No, they
knows.
didn't start it. They didn't see. America is in a situation whereby they have to. They don't have a choice. It means that they have to go all out because they know China is already
No,
ahead.
no, 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 no. I see. Plus, you never understand what thing they go on to Nigeria. Go and study Barack Obama administration. What do you think that is for? It's moving.
Yeah.
It's shifting. Hold on. It's shifting power from industrialists to banking system. They are going towards singularity. So the journey, when I say they start them, I mean they started it. That's what I thought. Say every 80 years, institution will change. Don't worry. Donald
That
Trump
is
will bring. Donald
see.
Trump will bring the own doctrine. The next law that will govern the world for the next 100 years. They will bring the paper very
You
soon.
can
Don't
say
worry.
that you can put it that way. However, what I see is the level of building that is going on in China, the level of technology. You know, China released their own Windows OS now, their own kind of OS. These guys, the technology they are using right now, that their citizens are having in their hands, American citizens don't even have it in their hands. And
Just focus.
these guys
Focus
are
on.
on a different level right now. I don't know why you are thinking that
This is
America.
what. No, I just ask you one thing now. Focus on Pentagon. What is the secret that they have in their possession? That's what everybody is focusing on. What do they
No, they
have?
don't have any secret in their possession. I can assure you that. See, let me say this to
What?
you. If they have any secret in their possession, just like the Soviet Union and the Americans competed, they're always watching each other. They know which one is ahead of which one. They know what is
All
going on.
right. Make I give you one. Might give you where to look. Might look for this current war that is going on between Russia and Ukraine. You might ever sit down and ask yourself, how come Ukraine see they that it survive up to this point? Did you ever ask yourself that?
Because I know how they survive up to this point.
How?
Because they are being funded and supported by the West.
Tunanja, there is a technology that the Pentagons are using currently in this war front, right? That can never be detected by any camera. So now them they pinpoint where Russian military they where then they go, how then they come. That's all they that's their effort with that.
See, let me say this to you. If they did that, see, hold on now. Why would, see, think about it yourself. Why would they use such a strategic weapon and reveal it? Because, oh, sorry, hold on. Because they want to kill a few Russian soldiers here and there.
That's why I say you never know. Say the third world war don't start. The aggressiveness towards Russia and allow Russia to strike. Now they want to test if Russia actually have the capacity to take over Europe. That's what it's about.
I'm
trying to test their capacity.
I'm closer to this world than you would like to think. I'm here in the UK and I know I've seen how the things work here to an extent. So
to Nigeria.
Remember, UK is more in support of Ukraine than America.
To Nigeria, so you be UK na Pentagon. What are you talking about? I talk about Pentagon, talk about UK. Who cares?
But I'm telling you now what I know that
I just tell you, hold on now. I just tell you I just tell you should go look for that. Just the technology. So why you think the America just a word for the past 50 years? China just they build ship, they build 30 million a day. They just look at the laugh. Why do you think that is?
That's not how the world works. Everybody.
No, I just ask you a question. Why do you think that is? Because to dominate the world, you have to dominate the sea. And for the history of the world, now only America don't successfully dominate every inch of the sea. And there's only one route for the Chinese people to pass if war break out anywhere, anytime in the world today. There's only one route, right? And that's where American military surrender. So when they talk, say they have a technology that can never be detected by any camera yet. Now only then they swing. They understand. Say if war break out today, all their ship, they know where they go past.
Some of the most advanced cloaking technology is being made by China. China, I just heard. Calm down now. China, I just heard recently they manufactured a contact lens that can give you the ability to see in the infrared this in spectrum. So these guys are advancing at pace. Remember, don't always forget. There are 1.4 billion people. America is 300 million.
To Nigeria.
Don't forget.
To Nigeria. Only you. Hold on now. Only you.
An industrialized nation number in 1.4 billion in population.
Okay, to Nigeria. Make I give you another thing. Make I give you another thing again about industry. Make I give you another thing, right? Now, only you yesterday they talk for years. You are talking about how they'll make me lose my top. I'll come back to it. But industrialization in the next 5 years, the way we manufacture things will change 100%. So the shiny thing you are seeing in China today, it will become something like 100 years ago. Now then discover them. That's why you are not paying attention to trend. In the next 5 years, in the way the industry, where they produce things will change. It will be like say now 100 years to what we have now will be. That's why I thought say wait for the secrets that these people have.
Calm down. See, but if all this is say, when I said it earlier on, everybody will say whatever they want to say. It's your job to look outside and say which one is showing the signs. The science clearly points that look at electric cars. Look at so many things that are coming out now. The Chinese are showing signs that, when Chinese people release something now, go and pick up the one the Chinese release and pick the American one. You see that the Chinese one is actually superior.
You listen to my language now. I say war. Anybody way before they go war, they don't discover new technology. You are talking about what is out. And I'm asking you, do you know what is not out yet?
And do you know what is not out with the Chinese?
No, listen. You need to understand
about that.
Hold on, you need to understand one thing about the America when it comes to the Pentagon, right? They downplayed everything so they'll get more money. That's why they know they're addicted. They over-project their opponent so they will get more money. That's why nobody they feel addicted that thing. So what I thought say waiting never come out. Just forget waiting everything which China they show. If you go back to history, when the Sputnik movement, when Russia first America enter space, what happened? America say forget space, we are going to the moon. Did they or did it not? They say forget space,
Yes.
forget electric vehicle. Only you they praise Russia and Ukraine yesterday. How they were able to use drone to destroy something in Ukraine. You are still talking about millions of people. Who cares? Only 5 drone will take care of 100 million people. Only 5. So the
Yes.
future war is no longer your industry as it is here. But again, pay attention. There's so many innovation that is coming out that is not out there, right? There are so many
Yeah,
companies
but
because
you see, all these things you are saying, there's no evidence. We talked about how we have to have evidence. Evidence
that's why I
points
say
to the fact that
that's why I say
the
that's why I say you
Chinese
project
are
now.
ahead until you find the opposite. If I show you Chinese cities, some of the things those people are doing, they are on a different level. The amount of concrete that they are using a year, that's how you know what is going on within the
Nigeria,
nation.
I just
They are,
told you
they
that
are on a
Russia,
different
I
level.
just say Russia, USSR go to space first. It is, I mean, it's not
Uh-huh.
new. It's not new. They don't go space.
USSR is not
It's
China.
not China. I agree.
China is
But
more than
no,
double the size of
but
this
you,
USSR.
but you don't. But guess what? You don't understand. The growth of China was nurture for American industries.
Yes.
So there's no secret that they don't know.
Specifically, Apple. Apple single-handedly industrialized our nation.
Now, hold
As a
on.
matter of fact, the American government they are not very happy with Apple right now. Do
To
you know that
Nigeria.
they said Apple's trained, I think millions, 1 point something million Chinese that work for Apple. Most of them
Okay.
at PhD level
Hold
training.
on. Hold on. iPhone, the Apple. You know, say now that's now weapon you carry so now product of Pentagon, everything about it.
Mm-hmm.
And they
Yep.
were all developed from the internet to the camera to the hardware, were all developed during World War and Cold War. Those were the secret.
Mm.
It was the camera. Now the camera where they your phone and the touch too. Now the fact is they don't want to drop camera down to capture within the ground. I mean Pentagon discovered that, not China. So for it to day your hand and Chinese people hand, 100 years ago development be that. 80 years ago, now they feature iPhone. 80
Mm.
years ago, 9 Pentagon don't get iPhone. 80 years ago, when
Where
China
is
me
the
and you get
evidence
them.
for all these things you are saying? Come on, man.
To
80 years
Nigeria,
ago.
I just thought, I know what thing they thought. So go research. No, you brought up work and go research. That's not the kind of news where you they listen to. Now they give
Okay,
you China. America
the,
go overblow China
the
for you.
US have what should I search for? Should I search?
Look,
Did the UK
look
have
for
the iPhone?
Google Judge Friedman. Judge Friedman was former work for Pentagon. He's a lecturer, so he's an intake. Just Google him, read his book.
Friedman.
Yeah,
Friedman.
read his book.
It's not this
Come
alien guy.
The Calm Before the Storm is one of the books. We'll tell you about. Then the Apple documentary did there now. How Apple all this thing they start. How then they develop from the GPS to the camera to the lens to the hardware. Now because that's why I say when I say Pentagon, why they know they audit Pentagon? Because all the innovations come through Pentagon. All these them Elon Musk, Bill Gates, the Apple
But we
guy.
know these things.
Hold on. They are not inventors, they are marketers. None
Yes.
of them. No. Now Pentagon they invent things. They have the money and the weight to invest in research and development. After they don't do them for their military this thing, then they will now pass it to somebody that will market it and commercialize it after many decades. So when I talk, say they don't think we they do iPhone. That's what I mean. They just give them to commercialize it. Now the
Yeah,
military
but
people
there
they
was
do.
no. Yeah, but you were talking about over 100 years ago. That was why I disputed
No,
that.
because Second World War was what? Not be almost 80 years ago. Now those are now the weapon where they use win Second World War. Now be iPhone. That's exactly
No,
what I'm
no,
trying
no.
to say.
If you are talking about cryptography, that's a different thing, but not at the iPhone. He said there was no internet then.
There's no word. That's what I'm
There was
saying.
no
Now the
internet.
Pentagon then develop them decade before they give it to us.
No,
You're
I
not
meant
getting my
no. I'm
point.
talking about there's evidence that they revealed the evidence that their own military developed the internet, but not. It was after the Second World War they did it, not before the Second World War or during the Second World War. It was after that they did it. So
You cannot,
there's evidence
no.
for that.
See, that's what I say. When I said it earlier on, when you they listen to people that they shape conversation, especially this high level conversation, understand that they sign non-disclosure. There are some things they cannot talk about. You understand? So when I talk, say, now weapon where they use, where they win war, they now commercialize it. I know what I'm saying. I'm not done. After
No,
the
no,
war.
okay. Let's put it this way. Let's say they did. But the same applies to the other side too. However way you look at it, it applies to the other side too.
Okay, that's why I say there is going to be third world war because we don't know what they have in stock. But the
Let's hope
war,
there is not going to be one, because if there's
there will be,
war,
there will be
we're all
because
Africa, it's over.
no, there is new technology in town. Somebody has to dominate it. Just AI, just robotics, just genetics, just everything. Those are new things that will they will take the way we do things.
You know what I think? Okay, let me put it this way. What I think there should be instead, I'm tired of hoping that human beings are going to listen. What I think there should be, the world will have to transition gradually through a phase of realignment of resources, whereby some of the most powerful
I don't
countries.
think Machiavelli like that. That's Tony's language. You're speaking Tony's language.
No. What I'm trying to say here is that
I mean, Tony, your logic of Machiavelli don't apply to gradual.
Let me finish my point. They have to realign. They have to realign the resources gradually to a point whereby it becomes more. In other words, they don't even have to realign. Just enable other people to become equalized, and then the multilateral powers have to cooperate through an international organization, which they would create one way or the other. However, the most important aspect is where they focus their military might.
Yeah,
the military might should convert itself to more of a kind of policing might. While in terms of, because the idea of military, let's you see, this is why I always like to go to the fundamental of things. The idea of military is not necessarily designed to kill human beings. It's designed to save lives. In the process, they need to kill. So, in other words, if that is at the core of the military, then what is it going to represent in the future? That's how you have to think about it.
But
there are many things that are going to kill human beings.
Listen to what you talk. The idea of military is not to protect life, right?
Yes.
From protect life from who? From what?
From anything that wants to destroy it.
No, from fellow life.
Yeah, yes. But remember at first was from wild animals. It started from wild animals, where human beings organized themselves to fight against wild animals. However, when it became
we are
human
free of
beings,
that now.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We need to be free of us too.
But
we have to move to a point whereby we are free from us, because we can't keep fighting each other. We are going to destroy each other.
But with your Machiavelli theory, right? That will not happen, because if you take power, right, by any means, even if you are doing well by the people, there's one person out there that you did wrong. Himself will go mobilize, take power too, by any means necessary from you, because you can't open up forever.
That is the story of individual nations. You always offend somebody. However, there's law enforcement. That's why I think that
but hold on now.
The world philosophy should shift from
somebody has to control the law. But you understand, the human being as a human being, we are the most dangerous animal on the planet Earth. Now, if you allow everybody to be free, there's no limit to what an individual can achieve, good or bad. If anybody that is free is a dangerous human being, but at the same time is also a hero. He can do good things and bad things. So that is what those people who Adam Smith regard as masters of mankind, who are into production, pretty much the things that make the life the way it is today, as they want it, those that produces, they don't want to. They will not want to give that privilege. It is a privilege. So they enact laws and rules or whatever just to keep them where they are. Or of course they will die one day, or some people will. So that's how the world is. For us to come to that point that you are talking about, then you have to go with Tony.
My take is, see, my own is that one way or the other, because if your way goes ahead, it will be
now when everybody get nuclear weapons, everybody get nuclear weapon, then everybody will be good.
My point is that it will be mutual annihilation. So, and it has prevented conflict between the world powers, because they know that if they fight each other, they are all going to perish. So they try to rein themselves in. It doesn't mean they won't do it. It just means that it's like a tsunami that is coming and it might hit us, and OVA might be correct. But I like to think that sooner or later, they too are not stupid. You know, they are not stupid. They have a lot to lose. They might consider a different path whereby they use economic competition, which to an extent they're already doing now. They use economic competition to compete with each other. But where does the military power go? Where does or thinking about defense of humanity, where does it go? I believe that the people need to start thinking about that, because if you don't think about it, crazies will think about using nuclear weapons, and we are going to
But you are contradicting yourself. You just talked about
sorry,
Machiavelli,
Tony,
and
Tony, see,
you
see,
talked
Tony,
about
that is
Machiavelli,
Machiavelli now. I
and
told
then
you
Tuna,
Machiavelli.
you are talking about
just listen to Tony.
You still keep misunderstanding
Tuna,
Machiavelli.
listen,
Machiavelli is about protecting life.
hold on, listen. If Tony get power today, if Tony is in charge of power today, right? Maybe to you is not doing well. You will apply Machiavellian style and took power from him, and your own way are doing better. Now, just you left Tony with two choice. To either take it or go do what? Go and do the Machiavellian style. Because now this time around, if he get it again, guess what he's going to build? He's going to build military. Because you know what, me anybody use Machiavellian style going to take power again. I'll build my nuclear weapon. Either you be good person, or you I don't want no. I don't want the power to go. That's Machiavellian style. That is the repercussion of it. So you cannot achieve that to that promised land that you want with Machiavellian style. It works,
Yeah,
but
no,
you cannot
no.
get to that place.
No, I think because that's a misunderstanding of what Machiavelli represents, and I
No,
think
okay. May I ask you this one? If China defeats the US today, what do you think they're going to do? Then are they not going to be worse than Americans did?
they probably will be.
Okay, so you go blame them.
So, but they are being worse than America is about governance. As long as there is stability in terms of Machiavelli, that is where it stands. My point is that if we don't change our way of thinking about conflict, sooner or later, time is running out. Technology is blackmailing us into cooperating or die. That is
Yes,
basically what technology is doing. You either cooperate or you will die. And
but
sooner or later,
see,
if these leaders don't understand that, then they are stupid.
somebody make a very clear, good argument. He said, for you to understand America of today, you need to understand the British past. That the British past is the America of today. Now, the point he was trying to make is the dichotomy about the Presbyterians, the Cavaliers, who moved to America. That their mentality of way of doing things is still very much at play, and it's divided. The man used to analogy that we have the group of the people that move here who are conservative, who just want to maintain and make it the way they were before and all that, and those one who are futuristic, who want to be inventive and all that. That is exactly what is still happening in America, right? And that's exactly at the core of pretty much the global, especially the Western world, right? If you go back to study the wars, some people are saying, no, we should keep like this. The power is with us. We were once great before these days. Some people are saying, no, the war's got to move on. The war's got to move to where you are headed, where you are talking about to Nigeria. That there is actually an equilibrium where the world can actually live in abundance and prosperity and all that kind of a thing. That's where those people think. But those two people who believe that, no, things got to be the way they are because they are losing that, and the one pushing back now. And the one that both of them apply that logic of Machiavellian. It depends on what time of it is that, because the Trump people did it, right? They are the one that want to keep this. The next people that will come, only God know what they will do. So to get to that point, I think maybe everybody has to have something that nuclear weapon is for me is a leveler. It's a leveler. And if everybody get hands of nuclear weapon, and I think everybody could behave. Right, you cannot come and do anyhow in my territory, and you don't expect pushback. And if I push back, you fight me, I fight back. Right?
What nuclear technology is pointing into the direction that we are facing a kind of like you use the term singularity of
Singularity, yeah.
this in of
Yeah.
military power. So if we are not careful, it's gonna, because singularity is a point, isn't it? It's gonna implode, or we use that singularity as a path to charting a new future.
Yeah.
Right now, as it stands, the biggest threat to that singularity at that point is the people that have benefited most from violence. Clearly, that's the only logical thing. Because if you
Right.
have benefited a lot from violence, you are more likely to want to repeat it, isn't it?
Yeah.
But if you have been humiliated, you would think twice before you start throwing punches. So,
That's why the danger of America, because now violence bought them and they
and
gain
that's why
largely
I
from.
consider America the most
But
likely
talking about the
danger.
next technology, you know, the phone as we have it, in the next 10 years, no go there again.
Yeah,
It
yeah, it
is,
might change to something else. Who knows?
so that is what I'm saying, that you don't know what this military foolish have in their possession right now. You know,
Yeah,
we
but you need
don't
to be
know.
careful though. I fear
We
that
don't know.
phones. I fear that. See, Ovia, let me say this. I fear that phones may last longer than we think. The reason why I say that is not all
Mm.
invention that's changed. Look at the glasses that I'm wearing here. These glasses were invented a long time ago. They found contact lenses. They found operations to do the same thing, but people are still wearing glasses. They refuse to give it up.
No,
They refuse to give it up.
no, phone go see there. Maybe now when you travel go village, you go see phone,
Yeah.
right?
Some technologies refuse to die. Even books. People thought, oh, with computers, nobody will read books anymore. People are reading books now. They refuse to give up. So
No,
human beings are
but
strange.
the changes that they bring, those new technology cannot be overstated, right?
Hmm.
So the new one that is coming, that we don't know what it's going to look like, right? But I think open AI make an announcement by 2016. They are going to bring out something that is not going to be like phone, but there's going to be a device that if you put it on, at some it will gather all the information around your environment. Let's say I come here, all the information that I needed to know, or that device will just gather them immediately. That's what they are. I'm not sure, but that is it. But people are, because they didn't say this is what is coming, but so people are just jumping on and say, "Oh, this is what it's going to look like." But they announced it that by next year they are going to have their own device that will not have to do like before. Then, if you look at the virtual reality again, right? A different thing. So
Yes.
there's something within that will blow the world. Wow. We don't know who owns it. We don't know who have it. It could be the Chinese, right? I'm not saying the Chinese are pushover, but I'm saying that now America start time for them to initiate what is going on. There's something up their
So let me
sleeve.
ask you, between China and the Americans, in terms of what you know about them, who works harder? The individuals between both countries, which one works harder, works longer,
Works longer.
and harder?
I don't know what you mean. I mean,
Which among both sides, which one is more likely to take holidays, and which one is not
see,
likely to take holidays?
I think we are. If you see the world, like if you see today world from that angle, you are missing it, right? Of course, the Chinese have more people. If we have the ability to work longer and all that, they are more hungry. They are not as prosperous as the Americans yet. So, but that don't see it
Exactly.
from. I think that is the what that yesterday analogy. The face of AI they are developing is physical AI. Physical AI means that if I put remote on table and it fall to the other side, the AI right now we want to walk to the table and grab it. But if it is a dog or human being, will walk by the table and grab the remote, right? So what they are working on is for the physical AI to be able to do that. So
You
what
already
why
know
I
how
say
to do that now.
so why I said the next factory is going to be the way it is going to be revolutionized, like never been seen before. That's what I'm talking about. So the idea say one human being worker than 1 hour. That's before. It's gone. Because the city
Okay.
where I did, so I did Austin, Texas. Right now, about let me say about 30 to 40% of the taxis are autonomous by Waymo. Tesla said they are going to introduce about what? Is it 100 or 150? So by the end of the year, all the taxis in Austin, Texas are going to be autonomous. That means if you have a Tesla right now, your Tesla can drop you off work, just drop you off work. You go enter street, begin hustle. When you finish, you pick you up, you drop you off. So the idea is that you people they work well. So that's why I say if you see the future world, the future who will do pass based on that, then you missed it. You miss it out. So the Americans understand that the next factory It's not. In fact, they always use one extreme example for my show. Say, even in Nigeria, the factories we are going to be seeing in the future in Nigeria, instead of having 100 workers, you have just 2 people. That is one person and a dog. You, as a human being, you are there to feed the dog. Why the dog is there to make sure you don't touch any robot or any. so, so if you see things from that angle, then so the idea that so China are building this, maybe now if they will, they go shift and can't give us. Now we go to do this one because themselves no go to do it. So things are the world has changed. So another, I think we will take that war. It might not be the way we see the war because there's a general that I actually spoke with last week. Right? It was 24 years in the military. He did his doctorate. He teach at the War College in Ohio. Now he's doing another 7 years of teaching first thing. He said the fact that everybody is talking about cyber war that might not happen that way. It did not say nothing is going to happen. It might not happen. That kinetic cyber that might be something else. That I don't know. So the world is going to move drastically. How we do things, industrial wise, how we do things. That maybe now war will bring and come because somebody has to dominate. Ideology has to control the news. Now, what they always they cause war with that. so the war again. The war might not happen directly, but approximately.
I think the point is well, this thing made already, that about one way or another, something has to settle things. And but from my take, going back to the topic about priorities, it is clear that economy and security are interlinked. But if you had to pick one to start off with, you better start off with security because the rest is details. Because if you don't do that, what's the point of building when the person that has it will just come and take it from you? Nobody needs that drama. So
now, let's relate it to South Africa. What do
we
you
are
think?
rounding up. We are rounding up over here. We have to round up today because today is Monday. We have to let people go to work. We have to be gentle people and take it easy. On Saturday, I think we are supposed to be doing Fridays actually. When those are the kind of times we really heavy debate. Normally Friday is heavy debates, and it's going to start happening soon because election is coming up and you're going to start heating up when things start getting hot. So things are going to get hotter then. So gentlemen, Ovie, technocracy versus democracy, and Tony. Thank you, Tony. Tony, we have never had such disagreement before. Like yesterday and today, continuous disagreement, and it's going to extend for the next 2 years.
I think Tony won this one because you later agreed that the war should go to all his way. So no, I think he won this one.
You didn't win anything. He surrendered. He surrendered hands down.
No, but you gave him the victory by agreeing that his way is the way.
He surrendered hands down. He surrendered and apologized.
Comrade, you want to hear that you won? Okay, I concede you win.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! That is pity surrender. That's not proper surrender.
See, Tunaja want to get power, but he wants to live the Tony way of life, right? So how you going to do him? You can Tony say you can come and live in my world, but not in the Machiavellian style. That's all he's asking for.
That is not Machiavellian. What I said, I don't know why you guys are saying that what I was describing about the future is going to be. It's still Machiavellian. It's about being ruthless about things and shifting direction, not trying to pander to just human instincts. You have to deal with all those crazy elites so that they don't go and throw us into another conflict. If you have to be cruel to achieve it, do what you need to do. Take power from them and say they don't run us into the ground, because this world, personally, as somebody in science or anybody that is in tech, they should know these technologies are crazy. They are getting more and more dangerous every day. Yep. With AI is able to manufacture so many dangerous chemical weapons and biological agents right now that can wipe out humanity. It's extremely, extremely dangerous, and these things have to be controlled. And all these elites and America and China thinking that they are going to control it just by doing this type of game they are playing, sooner or later it's going to leak out. So they have to
that's a contradiction. That's a direct contradiction of everything you have said. Because if you can use biological weapons, If you can use biological weapons, if you can use science and technology and stay in your country and wipe out a whole nation, you don't need armies to do that.
Yes, but the
Okay?
reason why why do you think it's not used? Why do you think it's not used?
No, not used yet. Oh, yet. Say yet.
You know why I'm laughing at?
Because
You know
biological
why?
weapon is extremely dangerous. It can
You
flip
know
on
why?
you.
Yes. You know, we saw COVID, and you know all the debate about COVID
Yes.
and how it is that yes, you know all that. You know, we haven't been able to establish the fact if it was a leakage from a factory and then went all over the whole world and we saw the
But I
disaster.
don't establish that now. It has been established. It was put together
I
in the
didn't contradict myself. I don't know why people keep saying I contradict myself with this and this thing and all
No, because because this is another level entirely that we're talking about. So if you say that with AI and with the technology that we have, the countries that are going to lead the world tomorrow are those countries that are savvy with technology and they can do great things. You can stay here and see the whole world. You can stay here and launch whatever you want to launch. You can strike, so you don't need to deploy a very large army, and all those things. You don't need it. You don't
This is
need
what is
all
going to
these.
happen to Naija. They will call you from. They will call you from China. They say Tunaja, go and take over government for Nigeria.
You see what he's doing?
We'll wipe your people out.
Let me address the point Tony made. Tony made a point that if one person can deploy weapons, do you know what is better than one person being able to deploy that weapon? 1 million people being able to deploy that weapon. That is the point I'm making. No matter what you say about one person, if 1 million people can do it, they will gain an advantage over you. That is the problem. Numbers matter.
See, before you assemble 1 million, they don't use drones, scatter everybody. Like, what
Oh,
are you talking about, Tunaja?
didn't you see what Ukraine did to Russia? Didn't you see how it blasted their planes?
But you are not reading it correctly. That number that they are using to build that drone, if the other side has the same number or more, they will build more drones to destroy the other side. Numbers
I
matter.
agree. Tunaja, you are right, but they need to have the technology first. That's where the fight will come.
Yeah, technology versus population. Remember, technology too is also dependent on human beings. The more people you have, the more research you can do, the more you can collect information faster. All these things matter. And the more technology, even if you want to create AI to do the research for you, but it's human beings that will still create the AI. No matter what you do, you still need numbers. And this
No,
is why
it's not the number. It's not the number. It's knowledge base. It's the quality of the people that you
Exactly.
have, not the
If they
numbers.
don't want you to have the technology, you cannot produce it.
If I
How
am
many
wrong,
countries will be produce iPhone?
see,
It's because they don't want them to have this
that's
technology.
why they train almost 1 million this thing. See, Tony, think about it. If one man is brilliant, is two people not more brilliant? Two people like that same man, not more brilliant. So why would you believe that one man is more important? I think it's a wrong mass that we Nigerians
No,
tend to do that
but
kind of mass a
that's
lot.
what AI is coming to correct. AI is better than two people.
Yeah,
Better
but
than three people.
it's a wrong mass.
Forefathers.
If one, yes,
Forefathers.
yes.
This is you are talking security and high tech. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a son who is in the military, who is involved with all these things that you're talking about outside in the places in the theater of war right now in the world.
You see that?
And he's been moved around. They're moving him around all over the place.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I have an idea of what is happening. That's why I've been not saying anything.
So what you are saying,
London, they know anything they happen
what
from
you
London.
see, what he's saying now, what he doesn't know is that maybe I'm the one giving his son some of the kits they're using. So
No. I'm not.
Be careful.
I'm not in the. I'm not in the military. I'm not in the military. But I know where my son is from time to time. So I know that much. Okay, I may not know exactly what he's doing.
Even Elon Musk.
Your
Even
son
Elon
is
Musk
doing a great job.
clearance.
I'm sure your son is a good soldier and he's doing a great job. The point
Now,
we are making is a different point. If one person can do something, is two people with that same capability not better?
But if you
This,
have the technology now, no matter when you get that, if you don't have it,
Yeah, but that's what
doesn't
I'm
matter how
saying.
many
If
now.
one person can do it, two people can do it better.
Yes.
the second thing that I like to say here is that not now, but I'm involved in safety. That's what I do now. But I have a background in safety and security system before I came here.
You see, I speak the truth in the backstage. It's not
Come,
coming
Tony,
in. It's not
you
going to.
work
It's
for
just going to come
Chevron.
and delay the chat, and we're
Mr.
just going to
Tony,
be
you
arguing
work
the
for
secular
Chevron.
argument here.
You work for Escravos,
I'm not
Tony.
going to be here to argue with you today. I'm not here to
Huh?
argue with you today. This is the
You
beginning
work
of
for
the week.
Escravos.
I work for some oil companies. Yes.
You know, I don't know.
I worked for Esso Petroleum. I think they are now they merged with what is it called? When it was Esso, but I know they merged. So
Okay.
I work with Schlumberger.
Schlumberger. Okay.
Yes, these are also in the petroleum oil sector. I work.
American Petroleum. Yeah. American
Yes, I
Petroleum.
work with what is it's a long time. I'm trying to remember them.
But were you at
But
Escravos at any point?
no, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. But I was in port.
Okay.
I didn't do anything in Warri, but I was in port. And what I just want to say is that in the field of technology and high tech, from my experience, I was essentially doing protective systems, VIP protection, and so that took me to some of the creeks, took me to protection for some governors. Some things that we did, the technology is one that is always changing almost every minute. So if you think you have it now, in the next minute it has changed. That was part of the challenge that we're facing because of the nature of the industry. So when you come to defense, it's even more, it's because now you are dealing with almost 99.9% precision. And it is changing all the time because the scenarios are different. So as soon as they are churning out one, at that level, if you know the kind of conspiracy and spying and copying and all those things that take place, so you find out that what they do is that as soon as they're churning in one technology, the next one is coming. So even if you capture this one that just come out, they have done another one that is higher than the one that you already know. So you have that problem. You have not problem. You have that strategic, what is it? That strategy all over, because everybody wants to be at the top. Okay, so some of the equipment that I used, that I was supplying, I had to deal with that because we're dealing with people just as you are churning out yours and offering protection. There are people who are studying it, dismantling it, and beating it. So you have to be at the top. Let me give you be more specific. One of the things I was doing was that I was supplying and installing equipment that detects remotely controlled explosive detectors. Those explosives, EIDs, and ordnance equipment that you can trigger using your ordinary remote control or your phone or whatever. So they have frequencies and so on and so forth. So you can stay here and trigger something far, far, far away, so long as it's within, it covers the frequency band, that you want. So I'm saying that to tell you that you don't need to deploy any. I mean, I can stay here and do whatever I want to do, so long as there is a transmitter and there's a receiver. So you don't need, in the world of today, you don't need that kind of armies that you're talking about. And so that's why I just don't want to say anything.
Okay, so now you see, you've spent painstakingly trying to explain that technology is a force multiplier. Basically, that's what you're saying. That you can use that to replace men. But you can also go backward and say, if you have more men, you can deploy more of those technologies.
Tunanja, may I ask you one question? Tunanja, make I ask you one question. British, where you did so the Britain? When they dominate the whole world, how many there be?
Exactly. They don't have to be that many. It depends on who you are
What
competing.
they not the technology, not the technology of that time.
Why?
And they use technology to conquer the world. It not be men.
Don't calm down. See this. Why do we? It's like, I don't know. Is it some fear or something, innate fear, that we fail to see the simple math? It's a very simple math. I just said it just now. If you have more of those British men, are they not more powerful than the few ones? That is
no,
the question.
but Tunanja, my question is that what I'm saying, that small island was able to dominate the world, even India, China, everywhere. It's a small island, small people. How?
Yeah.
Because of the gap in technological differences.
Exactly. So that's what Tony is saying. If I get 5 drones, I don't care if I be billion. Mokuna they come.
Yeah, but that is not, that gap doesn't exist anymore, and it's not only gap. Hold on. It's not only.
I get your point. I get your point.
It's not only technological gap. It's also a geopolitical gap. And cultural gap. They don't understand how the West thinks. So, but now everybody's aware of each other. They know how everybody thinks. So now, if they see white men, the moment they see them from afar, the way they will respond to them will be different. As a matter of fact, if Red Indians had a go again, their approach will be different too today.
Yeah, but Tony is saying that you will not even see them. You will not see them. That's what Tony is trying to tell you. Now, when you see them, you will engage them now. You will see them.
You know that. Forefathers, do you know that using you should know that using technology, I can stay here where I am and see my house in Lagos.
Yes.
You know that?
Yes.
Okay. You know that from here, I can stay here and using some devices and explode something in my house.
Yes.
Without being physically there.
Yes.
Okay. That's all.
So what that can do for you is that if you can do it, 3 of you can do it better. See,
no, I think your argument is that your argument that there's no gap technologically. I agree with you. What you are saying that what America can do, the Chinese too can do it technologically. That's what you are saying. That's your argument, basically.
In the case of no, that's not what I'm arguing. In the case, what the point Tony was making about technology, meaning that because you have technology, you don't need it as much people. Based on the evidence, I've already said it. If one person can do something with technology, 10 people can do it better.
But that's not.
No, that's for sure. But what if you don't have the technology?
Like that. No, please. This conversation is supposed to be civil. Let's try to get
it's civil. So that's why I'm
if you do that, I'm not going to do what you did yesterday because it was just massacre.
Stop running away and stop trying
to see that. You see, I'm not going to do that. You see, I'm not going to do that today. I don't have the energy. I'm about to start a work week. I don't want to argue with you throughout today, and it's going to keep me for 5 hours.
Style.
No, I'm not going to do that. So the point is that if one person can trigger a button and create, let's say one person can create 1 drone, trigger a button, 2 people can do 2 drones, trigger the same button. The reason why I am mentioning this is because the evidence suggests that is also accurate. Why is it that the Western nations that have all this most advanced technology have more manpower in their military? How do you explain it then?
Yeah, but Tunanja, I think I agree with you if the same technology, those other people too have it and they have more number. Fine, I agree. But what if you don't have the technology? Because that's what happened. Because that's what happened with the British scenario. They have the technology, the rest of the world don't have. Biniki them no get, we no get, right? We get the numbers, we don't have the technology. So if the Chinese people have the technology capable of that, yes, I agree. Of course, they have more number, that advantage. India too, they are there. They are not left over with their 1.something billion. But do they have the technology? Because that's the difference. Technology is the decider. As far as Tony, what Tony is saying.
technologies. See, okay, what if you have, let's say, Chinese will have 5,000 jets and the Americans have 1,000. But when they go into a war, America destroys 4 Japan this in Chinese jets for every 1 American jet that is destroyed. Guess who is going to be standing? The Chinese.
But that's not true. That's not what he's saying.
But to Nigeria, that's not how they will work.
What Tony is saying.
He just said what he said is exactly what I just responded.
Is it okay if I speak? Let me speak. So
okay,
what Tony is saying is basically you do not need 1,000 people
to
man 1,000 jets or 1,000 drones. One person can actually control 500 drones, 10,000 drones, depending on how they're programmed. So even with the example that you're using, if you have there are unmanned fighter jets in the United States right now. So you don't have to put people on the ground. You don't. That's what he's saying. You don't have to put people on the boots. You don't have to put people in the cockpits. You can have fighter jets that will go from here as far as they are able to get to wherever they're going. You can sit down remotely, thousands of miles away in a base and control all those jets. 1, 2, 3, 4 people can control 5 platoons of jets. That's what he's saying. A person does not have to literally sit in the cockpit flying from here to the battle sector. That's all he's saying.
I responded to that by saying, if one person can control even 5,000 jets, 2 people can control 20,000 10,000 jets. I don't understand how this is eluding.
No, Tunanja, I understand your logic. I think you are right, but my own is that if they don't have the technology, it doesn't matter if they're in their billions, right? It doesn't matter if they don't have the technology, because I can jam all your plane with my technology and jam everything.
Argument is slightly different, and I agree with you from your point of view, where you are saying if somebody doesn't have the technology, then if one side is lopsidedly more advanced than they do, then fewer people can take out a whole load of people on the other side, just like the British did. But the way the world is right now, all you have to do is get a little bit of technology and you close the gap a little bit. And if you close the gap a little bit, numbers can help make some of that up. Or at least you can do serious harm to the point whereby the attacker will feel it's not worth the trouble risking another potential enemy coming to take them out.
You know why I like this conversation? Because sooner or later, this will happen. That's why I like this conversation. It's going to happen in our lifetime. It's going to happen.
So, forefathers, you are yielding now to the fact that population is not that critical. That's what you're saying.
No, I just said it's critical. It's important because it's worse.
Is it critical?
Yes, it's worse when you need it and not have it.
Tunanja, you know why? You see, you know why it was important yesterday.
Let me ask this thing indirect question. Tony, you keep going back and just refusing to accept the fact that even the most advanced countries have more manpower. How do you explain it?
Okay, I will explain it for you. They just asked you, how is it that a small island, Britain, was able to conquer the whole world? How many people did they throw to the world? How many?
There was a massive gap. I explained it already before. There was a massive gap in military technology, and there was a massive gap in geopolitical.
No. The Benin, take the Benin expedition. How many British people fought against it? How many Benin people came there to fight? In your own country, they came and they defeated you. What was the difference?
See, we have already addressed that point 2 to 3 questions ago. I asked you a specific question. Why is it all these nations that have far more advanced technology still have so much manpower, more than even us that don't have the
population? They have more population.
Israel doesn't have.
We have more population than them.
Israel doesn't have.
Country?
If you look at a country like America, America is
300. America is 300, almost 350 million people.
And yet they have more military than the entire Black African continent that numbers over 1 billion. Why?
Because that we are 54 countries.
Yeah, 54 countries. But why is it that they have more personnel in their military, even that they have more technology than all of them?
There are several reasons for that. First of all, America is envisaging that in the future, first of all, let's start like this. Not everybody in America, in the American military, is trained specifically for combat. Okay, you have medics, you have cooks, you have engineers, you have everybody, different things that they have to do. So, of course, like Tony would know, or technocracy, we have the National Guard that can be called up at any time to boost the numbers. We have all these things. Over time, everybody builds the size of their military because they need to. At some point, you might have to put people on the ground. But the reality of war today is you do not need boots on the ground. Take, for example, Ukraine. Ukraine just destroyed 3 generations of Russian B-52s, bombers, and, well, I think they use Fs. They destroyed them without a single man on the ground. And they destroyed them all the way from Ukraine. They didn't need anybody on the ground. Take America again. In the Mediterranean, they bombed the crap out of the Houthis without putting a single boot on the ground. So that is the reality of war today. You don't need people on the ground. You have the technology, like everybody else is saying, and you can win a war with aliens on the moon if you wish to. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but you get what I'm saying. So
Hey man, we are getting there, man.
yeah, but you don't specifically need people. But powers like, of course, China, Russia, the United States, India, they have the population. Of course, they need trained personnel in their army. They need it. They have the size. I mean, you're big. At some point, you might have to put people on the ground. But of course, you also have to put very trained people on the ground. You can't just put people in your army and they're untrained and they don't know what to do. Then you're asking for problems. So they need the people.
Okay, so what I can see here, you are repeating the same point about them having this thing, the technology, and they need people because they are big. Nigeria is big too, and they didn't need more people. As a matter of fact, I slapped the entire 1 billion black population in Africa together, and they still don't match some of these countries. So if you look at, let me
you
finish.
not agree with you that Nigerian military is machinery. You not agree with you.
Leave him for that one. I think I was there when he said it. That so the point I'm making here is these nations with all the advanced technology and everything they had, even with all that, they didn't even subdue this thing, Taliban. They were not able to, even if that wasn't their objective, but they were not able to subdue Taliban after many years in that country. It tells you that technology has its limitations. It's not be an end all of everything, at least at this stage anyway, and it's getting more and more powerful. That's what I said too. My point is that whatever you can use technology to do, one person can use technology to do, 5 people can do more with that same technology. What is happening is that the scale and the for technical term, what they call force multiplier effect of what technology is representing, is increasing humongously. This is what I mean by the dangers these technologies are creating for all of us. If you are saying one person can do all these things you are talking about sitting in one corner, what do 10,000 people do?
No, for that, look at the logic. The logic is that if you employ technology, it reduces manual. That's the logic of technology.
Because if whoever wants to win, you know what he's doing. You know what you are doing. Because whoever wants to win just thinks, okay, let's just use one of our people because we have the technology. No, they will use all their people and they will manufacture as many of those weapons as much as possible so they defeat the other side. That's how war works. It's not about saying, oh, because I can just sit down in my office, one person can control 1,000 drones. Yes, they would like one person to let me finish, please. They would like that one person to control 1,000 drones, but they will, to win the war, they'll think, why not use 10,000 people to control 1,000 drones so
because
they can fight about 1 million?
You don't fight a war with the intention of overkill. You don't
yes, you do.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't go into a war.
Have you heard of the doctrine of overwhelming force?
You don't go into a war with the intention of overkill. This is why This is why people are crying over Israel's actions in Gaza today. This is why nobody is willing to go to another nuclear war. This is why people still blame America for what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, saying it was overkill. There has
But
to be a proportionate
Oh
response
my God, you're
but
talking
to
like
to to
in,
you're talking
in
support
like
Naija,
combat.
you're
to
In
support
talking like
combat,
a
Naija,
there has to
businessman.
be
Naija,
Now.
in
I don't have
Naija,
combat, there has
I
to
don't
be
have the energy for this
there
today. I
has
don't
to
to
have
be
the
a
support.
proportionate response. You don't go disproportionately. You don't go into overkill. So this is why there are rules and regulations for combat.
Do you know
Let me
America killed more than
To Naija, here is
1
your point.
million
Here is
people
your point.
before
This is
they
the point you are
used
trying
that
to.
country?
To Naija, this is the point you are trying to make. American today, they are investing heavily in the advanced technology, but at the same time, they are having the highest record military recruitment. People are joining more military now.
You see, this is
On that,
this is the thinking our people, some of our people miss all the time. I keep saying, how is
so
this mass wrong? This mass is not wrong. It's clearly right. If one person can use 10,000 drones, what makes you think they will not be happy to put 10,000 people to use 10,000 drones each? They will prefer that because then nobody will challenge them. That's how the world works. If
people
you
are
have the
joining more.
power, you
People are
use it.
joining military more in Russia and America than ever before, and they're investing more in their
You
military
look at Ukraine now.
advancement.
They announced that Ukraine has lost 600,000 this in men already. So you are losing 600,000 men, but you can use a drone to do from here to there. No, they are doing all those things because even with the technology, more people is needed to run the technologies. No matter how many technology you have, it's not enough for war. That's how you win wars.
Forefathers, do you think Russia can cause more severe damage to Ukraine today if they wish to?
Yes.
So overkill. That's why they haven't done it.
Yes.
Overkill. Like they
Yes.
know public opinion is going to be split against them.
Exactly.
Same reason why even Ukraine had to temper themselves and decide to destroy only 3 of those bombers.
That see, this is the thing again. We've talked about this yesterday.
No, we didn't talk about this
There
at all.
is no,
All right,
because you don't
fella,
know what I
gotta
wanted to
go.
say. Yeah, we are going to be rounding up soon. There's the concept of total war. That is not what is happening now. When that time comes, then you see all bets are off. So we'll leave it at that. Gentlemen, I think we've tried to keep it as calm as possible today. As easy as possible. This is a reason debate. We went with reason, and we came out on the other side. Some people will still disagree. Some people will still agree. The debate carries on, and we are going to be trying to educate each other with all these things. Personally, if you convince me that if you have one soldier, then the other side will choose to just only use one soldier for that war, because it's to use more than one soldier is too much. You will convince me. If you can convince me that, I
Bring
will
5
stop.
soldier. I'll bring 1 soldier and a gun. You just bring 5 soldier without a gun. You go win.
See, the whole thing is like economy and security. They are interlinked.
Husband and wife.
Technology and the number of soldiers you use, that's what they call force multiplier. That force multiplier, some things can multiply their power greatly while others don't. So that relationship is there. They are tied to each other. So we are just arguing around the same issue, really. Technically, that's basically what we are doing. But if we get our ideas down, drill it down, you find out that no matter if you peg one capacity of a weapon and you put one human being attached to it, then if you have that same weapon and you put another human being attached to it, you achieve more power. That's just basically, and that's how human beings behave when it comes to war. They don't say, "Oh, because I have one, I will just stop there." They don't stop there. If they have the capacity to make more, they will make more, so that they win the war faster. That's how people behave. But I understand the point. I speak the truth raised about proportionality when it's not a total war, and it depends on how you use this in the technology. So all these things are quite nuanced and complicated. It's not just straightforward one answer. But that arithmetic part is confirmed that if you have more number of a certain weapon, you are more powerful. That's just what it is. thank you all for coming in. Democracy, technocracy versus democracy. Man, he was here from the beginning to the end. Tony was also here from the beginning to the end, defending his position very well. The truth is that your position, Tony, is the position of our African leaders today. And look at where we are.
But Tunaja, you want to live in Tony's world. I don't know how you did it.
Hey, don't do that, though. That's not the one I want to live in, though. That's where Nigeria is living right now. Because if the threat doesn't come to his house, he doesn't believe it until he lands in Nigeria and we go on the threat in Nigeria and say, okay, now start arming yourself. That's when he starts. That's not how it works for me. I speak the truth. Thank you for coming in. And you give me a lot of headache in terms of the way you argue sometimes.
Because I argue from experience and I argue from.
There was a time, you see, when I enjoy talking to a spiritualist, if it's only me and him, I give him a chance to finish what he's saying completely. Then I answer him directly straight. Then you get somewhere. But if you are trying to shorten his distance, he just frustrates you. He will not let you shorten it, whatever he's going to say.
I don't argue what I don't know. Never. I never.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Look at that. Of course, more technology wisdom. Why would you? Why would you?
Tunaja, see another Tony logic. Boko X-Man threatened he moved. Instead of me to stand this ground, he took off.
And the final judgment on that is we resign. We repent on Judgment Day. Don't repent before Judgment Day. Wait for Judgment Day to happen, then you repent. Because that is to be fair, Tony, that's your analogy. That's the way you describe it. That until we have reason to respond or to our security threat, we shouldn't have to. That for me,
you have to no. You have to know what your threat is and what your threat level is and what type of weapons to use. You don't just start preparing. You don't know what your threat. You don't know. I mean, you don't know the strength of your enemy. You don't know what the position. You don't know. You don't know. So you just can't begin to arm.
If you hear say Niger now don't get more weapon, not get nuclear weapon, what you could do as Nigerian? They never threaten you. They don't get up.
They don't chop belle whether they go get nuclear weapon.
No, I'm not. You see, Russia, we just give them one now.
You see, that way of reasoning is why we are where we are. This is why I say his mindset is like the mindset of that our kind of leader, because our leaders don't think that it's needed. I've seen a colonel come and say exactly what he's saying, so it's not new. It's not him only. A lot of people believe what he believes.
The world.
I'm being practical. I'm being practical. I'm not. I'm not idealistic.
Look at your country. The result is already out. Look at your country. What your practicality has done to that country, because many of you believe in this ideology.
The world is also moving away from war, and this, I think, this is the last generation that is willing to attack or bomb and kill people. The new generation, especially the Gen Zs, are not interested in war, and that is being proven every day.
Something else is going on. They said direct conflict between nations are reducing, but conflict within nations are increasing because their proxy conflicts are increasing now. They've gone through, I think, 4 times what it used to be before. So the nature of war is changing. But it doesn't mean that conflict between nations will not occur, but this is where it is starting from at this stage.
I mean,
so it can change. Yeah,
the competition now is in the realm of science and technology. The competition now is in the realm of economic rivalry. That's not military. Those are 2 directions where
people are moving away. The ideology of the next 2, at least the next 2 generations, especially Gen Z, a little bit with the millennials, is that of non-combat. So people are moving away from war. I think if somehow we can avoid a 3rd World War within the next decade and a half, we're not going to be seeing that much conflict around the world anymore. At least not on the scale of the 1st or the 2nd World War.
When they interview people in 1935, they were saying the same thing. They never believed that war will break out in 1935. Nobody
I don't
believed.
think so. I think if you read the archives in 35, there was a strong premonition that there was going to be war, especially with what was going on with Germany. The Spanish Civil War had just started being coming to an end. No, everybody knew there was going to be war. There was tension. Germany was paying all these reparations. Germany had been screaming war since 31. So if you ask
Yeah,
them
but
in
the
the
same.
side, everybody
See,
knew there was going to be war.
but what
Global,
you
we
are
are talking.
saying is difference of opinion, because what you are saying, you may be right from your own opinion that the youths don't care about war, but other people are saying America and China are going to go to a war. So maybe are saying Iran and America are going to war. We know Russia and Ukraine are going. So we don't necessarily can predict the
No, I
future.
said if we avoid it within the next decade, decade and a half, this is my statement. If we can somehow avoid it, meaning there's a generation that are dying out, and the generation dying out right now are the ones that were real warmongers. And those are still the people pushing war all over the world. Now, when they die out, the next generation, that is the boomers, then the millennials really don't want war. The millennials and the Gen
Mm,
Z definitely don't want war. So
I really wish that's how the world works.
Yeah, I wish. I wish,
I
man.
really wish that's how. It's
There's
not
no
because of
century that we never had war.
it's not based on generational shifts. What is going to happen is, if like what you are saying, if it happens, I'm very concerned about what you are saying right now. That if that happens, what you are describing is a new paradigm when the world settles. And when that settles, is a form of new Berlin Conference. And if Africa is not in a good position, that is very, very bad for us. That's why I'm concerned about that. And that my prediction aligns with what you are saying, that in the next couple of first 10 to 20 years, there's going to be a new kind of Berlin Conference. This conflict that you're seeing right now between the West and East and Southeast Asia and whatever is going to settle down. But we need to be in this position whereby they don't use us as the carving this thing like they did with the Europeans did. They use us to just settle their grievances. We don't want to be in
History,
that position at all.
history said at every innovation followed by war. And as far as human being keep innovating, there will always be war. It's
I
just
pray
a
there's
matter
none.
of how.
I pray
It's a
there should.
matter of
Why am I
how the
praying?
war is going
I'm
to
not
be
even,
fought.
what am I praying? I'm not even a religious person. But my point is that I'm praying too. My hope is that by that time, we as a people will realize the danger of what we have created. That if we go on like this, we are going to exterminate each other. So they will form. There's going to be a new paradigm. I'm sure something is going to happen before that. Maybe it's a close call to a major world war or something cataclysmic or potentially cataclysmic would be close to happening. If we survive it, the world will repair itself.
It could be another pandemic too.
What that would mean for Africa, I don't know. And this is what concerns me. Africa needs to put itself in a good position to be able to bargain its way during that time. Because if we are not in a good position, they will use that period. Because that period, all bets are off. All bets are off. There's no human rights. There's nothing anymore. They are just about to redraw the map. And if you are not in a good position, they will sweep you aside. And you are not going to be in
I
a
don't
rich
get what you're
position.
saying.
My point is that whenever there is this point of flux in the world, when they are about to resettle the new paradigm in the world, let's say after the First World War, the decision that was made after that time settled the world till the Second World War.
Treaty
And
of
after that,
Versailles.
so when they make when these things are happening, they are basically redrawing the
Are
war.
you speaking? Okay, so this is where you confuse me. You said if we can avoid it, you said if we can avoid it, a close cataclysmic if
Cataclysmic
event.
event, yeah.
If we can avoid it, then there's going to be a withdrawing of the map. But
Yes.
then, as you went further, you are painting a scenario where an event already happened, where there's already been carnage and they have to just redraw the map. So I'm trying to figure out which side of the aisle are you discussing from?
No. I'm describing that point where the decision is made, because it doesn't have to be cataclysmic. It could be where we survive it, or it may not be, but it results in that situation because
So a cataclysmic event has already happened.
it could happen or it may not happen. One of those two. Because the reason why I'm saying that is based on evidence too, which is the Berlin Conference. Berlin Conference didn't occur because of a cataclysmic event. It just conflict between each other. Then decide that, you know what, let's settle ourselves amongst ourselves. So it doesn't necessarily have. It's just a
But
crystallization of awareness. Yes.
Berlin Conference has a lot to do with the fact that the European powers have been driven out of the Americas. So there's little for them to share. Remember, they were the one contaminating the whole Americas before. So as the advent of America into the scene chased all of them out. So they had to now find a way to scavenge every other place that has not been touched yet. That's what Berlin Conference is all about.
But I thought the Spanish colonies and the French colonies still remain in the hands of these colonial powers, even the British ones. So they didn't lose that much in terms of America controlling it.
No. They've lost everything.
Did America
That
take
was the
control
final. That was the
over
final.
those
The
places
war
from
was
them?
the final settlement, pretty much.
No,
The war was the final
the
settlement.
question was, I don't know whether America took those because some of those islands are still under the control of
No,
the
they were
crown.
paid off. They bought them off eventually. The Spanish, they bought what's this place called again? Where the Spanish were occupying, even up to
The
the
Dutch,
Haiti.
the Spanish, the Portuguese, they still had colonies in the Caribbean.
Mm.
They had colonies even here in the United States. So I don't think
Yeah,
it
but
was.
Who
there might be
bought them
something to that
off?
argument. There might be something to that argument because America wasn't part of that. I think America was America not present at the Berlin Conference?
America declared in 1932, in 1923, that any shenanigan performed around the Americas will be seen as a national security threat.
But that's 1923. Berlin Conference happened before that.
1823.
Okay, that's in America. Okay, the more
Yes, that was
not the
when
more.
America said we are of age. Everybody should leave.
Okay, so
Those
the
that were
Berlin
need to be
Conference
paid off were
happened
paid
just
off.
after that. Maybe you are right. The Berlin Conference just happened just around that period too.
Yeah,
So
about 20 to 30 years later. That
yeah,
was when Berlin Conference happened.
so when
Remember, they all fought the German, the Japanese, the American, the British fought over Hawaii. Until
yes,
Hawaii won, that settled. Actually, the British were happy that the German did not took it. That was the rise of the German.
Did America participate in the Berlin Conference? I
No,
can't remember
No, it was
America
just
being
European
present.
powers.
Okay,
no,
so that's very interesting that America didn't
because
participate.
they took over the whole continent of America already. That's
Yeah,
But
why they don't need to start engaging
I
immediately.
don't think you can reduce Berlin Conference to the European powers losing influence in North America. Well, America. Berlin
That was
Conference
a
was
major
basically
part
them
of it.
splitting up Africa. That was just it. That's the top
mm.
and bottom of it.
yeah.
You
I
take
think,
this part, you take that part, I take
but
this
but,
part.
but
Exactly.
it does have
They lost from Americas. They not it's
mm,
not only Africa they demarcated. It's not just America. It's not just Africa during that Berlin conference. We just
We
keep saying
know,
Africa,
but
it's not just Africa. Both
it
if you go
wasn't.
to the
You
Australians,
can't
if you go
just
to the
chalk.
Australians, all those two were also divided at that period, at that
Yeah,
point.
but you can't chalk it up to just because they lost the United
Yes,
States.
because the
That,
French, where are they going to go? Where they don't have anywhere to scavenge in America, where are the British going to
where
go?
did the
They went
French even really take outside of the Louisianas in the United States? Really,
all
nothing.
the way to the Haiti. These
But
are the French
Haiti.
colonies. They were making bank from there.
yeah, but they still had Africa. They had colonies in Africa. They had
That's why
Algeria. They had
they
West
went and
Africa.
created
So
the
it
Berlin
wasn't just
Conference
that.
now.
When did they come to Africa? When did the French get their portion of
You guys
Africa?
cannot start moderating yourself. I have to try to slow this thing down. See, I think maybe Ovie has a point. There's something to be said about something triggering them in the Americas to push them a
Just look
little
at
bit
the
outside.
dates.
Because the
The
fact that
date.
America was not present at that conference may indicate something going on there. I'm not sure. I will check it just to be sure because I'm not going to take Ovie. But I think Ovie too is a little bit extreme to say, oh, just because they kicked them out, that's why they did that. I
No,
don't.
I said it's a major part of it. Don't forget.
America at that time was not the nation we know it as. Not all these colonies we see now were America. It was an upcoming, it was a baby nation. This was a conference between European powers. That's like maybe there's a conference today and Benin Republic wants to get on the table and they're like, yeah, no. We don't think so. So America was coming up, but America is not the America we know it as today.
America is closing to 100 years. What are you talking about at that time?
America is not the nation we know it as today.
So what drove them to Berlin Conference? Here's the reason they went to Berlin Conference. What was that reason?
Because they had to split colonies.
Exactly. So what led to that?
Listen,
There was a reason that led to that.
You can't just chalk it up to losing influence in North America, is my point.
But you haven't given me another reason, though. Give me another reason.
What other reason do you want apart from they were losing influence all over the world and they decided to split the colonies? There's no
America,
other reason.
Let me put this to you. The Americas is the biggest colony of the British Empire. Am I right or wrong?
What do you mean?
Before the America fought for their independence, that territory was the most productive of among all the British territory.
When did the British?
So from what I can see
take over
here,
India?
let me just
India
read this.
Now, okay, hold on. Let's put dates to all this. When did the French and British took over Africa?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You said let's go bit by bit so you can teach me.
No, let's not do that. You are going to go backstage and finish the conversation. I need to tell the people.
No, let me just ask a question.
No, he's going to go back and forth. You guys have a lot to talk about.
She says,
let me just, let's see, I have to end it. It's a weekday, 3 o'clock in the UK. And, people have to get busy in the day. You guys are in America, so it's a little bit different for you. So try to understand with me here. You are going to carry on. I'm not stopping you from your conversation. Democracy versus technocracy and Tony and I speak the truth. It's been a spirited conversation throughout the weekend. I welcome it because I'm learning. I didn't even know about potential reasons why the Berlin Conference decided to happen the way it did. Let me greet the people in the chat. Digital Post Box, thank you for joining us. Faye, thank you for joining us too. I really appreciate you for joining us 2 days in a row. New names I've not seen before. Karen Bar, I see you there. Thank you for joining us too. Let me see other Black Beauty. I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. All our politics is there. Obviously, it's also on the panel here. Come out fighting. I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. Jide, you were here too. Thank you for joining us, Jide. Whoever I didn't mention that we're on here, my apologies. Thank you for joining us. And I noticed that nobody decided to donate today. All these bad belly people, but it's all right. We all deserve our bad belly the attitude out again. Remember to be donating to the channel. Even when the video has completed, there's a chance for you to still support the channel. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. And you are all wished a good week ahead. And don't let anybody tell you that you are less than, and aspire to any height that is out there, and even above that if necessary, because we can't see ourselves as any less than any other person out there. All right, so till next time, gentlemen, we are going to round up for now and for the week. Bye, guys.
Yeah, good night.
English language better than my Chinese language. But I'll never be an Englishman in 1,000 generations. And I have not got the Western value system inside. It's an Oriental Eastern value system. But I use Western concepts, Western words, because I understand it. But I also have a different system in my mind. But I say a person who gets deculturalized, and I nearly was, so I know this danger. He loses his self-confidence. You get a sense of deprivation. For optimum performance, a man must know himself, know the world.
The late Lee Kuan Yew was well aware of the many challenges faced by Asians in Western societies, particularly on the issues of racial discrimination.
Asians in Western countries must follow their pride from time to time, particularly in periods of economic slowdown, when racial discrimination becomes more blatant and racist abuse and attacks more prevalent. Some Asians complain that in many companies and organizations there is an invisible ceiling for Asian employees. In other words, beyond a certain point, you cannot be promoted. A glass ceiling. So this is a subject of considerable refinement amongst immigrants. They have developed a special vocabulary to describe their problems. However competent the